But I really am just looking to like, oh, you hate to say the word legacy because it's like, what are you talking about? You're making picture books. Shut up. But it would be really cool to have people say like, oh, like you were, your books like really shaped the stuff I like or my humor. Like I want to be what SpongeBob was for me to other
Yeah.
people.
You want
Yeah.
you want to be the name that gets placed on the building when they tear down the old Eric Carle
Yeah.
Museum.
Oh my god. No.
when they get rid of that old
Yeah.
hat, that old
Yeah.
that
That old.
washed up artist, and then they replace it with Jess Hannigan. That's your goal.
Woohoo! Yay!
Hello. Ooh, I'm really close this time. How's everybody doing? It's Thursday night, and that means it's time. Wow, I just looked at the video feed, and it's on an iPad, and it's even bigger, which means I'm even bigger. Also, did you all notice I'm like almost the same color as the background? It's kind of weird. I sort of like disappear. Oh, it's almost, you can almost green screen me. If everybody's got skills, you can almost probably drop all that out. That would just be a floating head. Whoa, floating head. So tonight, we're going to have on a guest that is amazing and just had their first book come out, I believe, this year. I could be wrong, but I think so. And a second book is on the way that we're very excited to get our hands on. And I've been sort of dying to chat with this person. And I think they're, we'll find out. I was going to say, I think they're way younger than me. So hopefully they like can keep up with all my, same joke. What's the same joke, Lauren? I don't know what that means. But I hope that I'm not too old at this point. You know what? Those youngins. And then of course this weekend I will post this to YouTube for those that want to tune in later and check it out without all the ads. I don't know what that means, but without all the ads. One other thing that I'm researching is trying to find ways to add stuff to this over time through financial means, which means also potentially looking into grants, so we can get maybe a different camera setup, so I could have things that showcase both. I don't know, me and the picture and stuff. But our guest tonight is the wonderful backwards Negana Sage. Jess Hannigan is going to be our guest tonight, whose wonderful book, Spider in the Well, I have in my hands. So let me let them in, and we will get... I don't know what's... Hopefully this takes... Oh, there we go. Hello!
Wow.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Are you tired of seeing this now?
I'm absolutely sick of it. Isn't that funny? But also I like it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm trying to ask us anything into the comments, which I forgot to do prior. But thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Wait, oh no, I just lost. Oh, there it is. Hold on, I'm just pinning the comment in the background. Okay, there we go. Thank you for joining us. It's a lovely Thursday night. I don't know, you're in Ontario?
Yeah.
So what time of night is it there?
Same time.
Is it?
8 p.m. Yeah.
So you're like straight north of us almost?
I gotta be, yeah, probably something like that.
Yeah.
Enough for time signs.
Yeah, we're in the New Hampshire range, and I know that we've been up to Ontario, but for some reason in my mind it was more west. But I think my perception of directions is wrong. But so we have this lovely book, Spider in the Well, and I know there's another one coming out that you've released the cover for.
Yes.
When does that one come out?
that one comes out April 29th, as far as I know. I don't know if that ever changes, but I feel like when they give you a date, that's like, that sounds like it's gonna happen.
They're never gonna do it early.
No. Why would
If
they do
anything-
that? They're just gonna make me wait patiently for so long, and then I'm gonna be sick of it by the time it comes out. 'Cause that's how
Tired of
I'd be
it.
like, that's
I have gotten to
the old me.
I have gotten to the point where some of the books I've worked on are distant enough in my memory that like when I read them, they do feel like very antiquated. Why am I there we go. It's very antiquated and feels sort of like, yes, like it's someone else, or it's not as exciting as the things that are new and fresh. But that'll all make its way to you at some point here. You'll get old like me and curmudgeonly. So for those that don't know you, could you give a quick little synopsis of who you are and what you do?
Probably. I just have to remember first. I'm Jess. Hey. Spider in the Well is my first picture book. It came out this past March. Which feels crazy. It feels like it's been out for forever and forever. Whee! Oh, it's so beautiful. Wow. It's got a fancy little neon ink in it, so it looks really special.
Yeah, the pop of color on the cover.
Yeah, it's so bright. And my next one doesn't have a neon in it, and I'm like, oh, shouldn't every book have neon in it?
It is. So that was like a fifth color that they added.
Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah. Fancy. But yes, I only got into picture books as soon as I graduated art school, like immediately, even though that wasn't the plan for all of being in art school, which I went to Sheridan College in Oakville in Ontario.
Yep.
For how long? Like 6 years. I feel like
Really?
they stole so many years of my, it was a wonderful school and it was great, but they kept me for a long time. And I changed what I wanted to do like 8 times while I was there. I was like, I'm gonna do video game concept art, or I'm gonna be a gallery artist or whatever. And I was like, oh, that's a lot of work. I'm not gonna do it. But I really thought about being an illustrator when I was in like grade 5 or something. Like I was really young. I don't know how old you are in grade 5, like 10 or something.
5 plus 6, yeah, 10, 11, somewhere in there.
That's a good amount of math. Yeah, that sounds right.
Sure.
And I was lucky. My mom was like really supportive. She's an art guy. She's an expert doodler, she would say, but I think she's got skills. And she put me into like painting classes really young. So by the time I got to actual college, I was like flexing for no reason. I was like, yeah, I've been painting calendars of like barns in some lady's basement for like 6 years. I don't know. Yeah, we do love Bev. Thank you, Sid. That's my wonderful mom. That's my friend Sid.
Oh yeah,
but
say your mom hopped on.
My mom does not know she doesn't know what Instagram is.
Okay.
That's okay. Yeah, and then when I was graduating art school, I graduated in 2020, which is like not the year anyone wants to graduate in, but also like thank God I got out before everything was online, because that seemed like it was kind of a miserable time. And I threw last minute a picture book I had made in a class that was like a narrative illustration class where I'd illustrated a folktale. And then John Klassen ended up seeing that because he was judging that year. And he was like, hey, that's kind of funny. And I was like, oh, okay, cool, thank you. Obviously, because he's like a icon or whatever.
Yeah.
And
little known name that's out there.
Yeah, just like some guy. I don't know. It's really funny when I like name drop him and people are like, I don't know who that is. I'm like, oh, so he's not like Tom Cruise too? That's weird. Are we niche?
He is to the kidlit world. He is the equivalent. But yeah, outside of that, if you mention the name John Klassen.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. But he was judging that year because they have like an award named after him at the school because he also graduated from there, but for animation. Lame. Just kidding. It's like way harder than illustration. So much harder. And then he gave me his award. Well, I guess there was like a crew of people who assigned the award, and they were like, Jess, you can have it. And I was like, okay, thank you for this last minute crappy thing that I hate that I threw in. I was like, that's weird. And then he recommended me to his agency, I believe. And then Steve Malk said to Hannah Mann, like, do you want this little urchin who just graduated? And she was like, yeah. And then she was like, hey, do you want to go into picture books? Like, I could be your agent. And I was like, whoa, an agent? okay. And she's like, no, you don't have to say yes right now. You should really think about it. I'm like, no,
Yeah.
I think I'm just gonna say yes right now, actually. Yeah, it's just funny. So
It
I
is
didn't
an
have to
agency
query.
that, yeah,
Yeah.
that is not a
No.
little one that's out there. It is a very well known, and if Stephen Malk is looking at your work, that's something to be said.
Yes.
You had yeah, a few names backing you up
I
walking out
did,
the
yes.
door.
Otherwise, I don't think I'd ever be here because I give up too easily. And if I got some rejections, I'd be like, oh, I guess it's not for me, you know,
Yeah.
because I have like a bad attitude. So I'm really lucky that someone like handed it to me on a little plate and said, you should do this. I like feel
Was
like I
that
got my butt kicked into it.
was that right out of
Yeah.
school that you got the agent?
Yeah.
Just
It was like a month. It was like in April, and I graduated in like April or something.
that's pretty slick, and to walk into, or not walk into, but to get into writer's house right off the bat is
like fall into. Yeah.
So I met with someone this last week who was talking about who was planning on querying agents, and I mentioned to them, and they may be watching tonight too, but that it just the whole querying thing, I think people do, but I just don't think it happens that way on a regular basis. It's all these other weird, like, again, winning the award and someone mentions your name, and then that gets passed off to someone, that gets passed off to someone, and all of a sudden you have an agent. Feels like it's almost more typical than the standard, like, I'm going to send out a letter and portfolio and whatnot. Now, of course, that does happen for some people, but I feel like it's not as common or as regular as one would like to think. And so tonight we're going to be drawing and stuff. I know that we had mentioned the idea of like something spooky or scary, since it's the month of spooky and scary. Do you know what you're actually making tonight?
I do. I made it already technically in Procreate because I really wanted to know what I was doing, because my biggest fear is not knowing what I'm doing and someone's watching me make something. That's like so scary.
So are you making it traditionally, and you're sort of replicating what was already
that's
done?
what I do all the time. I don't know if I'm like a control freak or what, but I did all of The Bear Out There, which is my second book, is done in paper collage, but I definitely made it all in Procreate first and then translated that into bits of paper. I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I don't know why I did that. It's just, I think it's because it made sense in my brain.
When you translate it, is there a change that happens? Like obviously, like in the Procreate or whatever, you can edit and undo and whatnot. But if you're cutting out paper, how like crisp? I mean, I guess I'll see tonight, but
well,
how crisp you are to the sketch?
Not super duper. I think pretty close, because I will like, I have like, I can show you a sneak preview of what I'm working with, of like a little guy. So what I'll do is I'll use transfer paper onto colored paper or trace it or whatever works, and then I'll cut it out, but I'm not a careful cutter. So it ends up giving it kind of a, I don't know, a crappy quality that I really like. So like the edges aren't so like crazy pristine as they might be in Procreate. So I think it livens it up a lot. Yeah. And then I'm not using just construction paper, which I also have a lot of, but I was trying to be like Eric Carle, and I've got lots of just bits of tissue paper that I've painted on. And like weird, like my house is covered in circles, like colorful circles that I just keep finding. I don't know what they're from. Yeah, right on. You know it.
Yeah, my
you know
floor,
what's up.
My floor has
watched
little scraps.
A video of Eric Carle and cried a little bit because he's a sweet old man and decided I could do that.
And then, so my wife always records, like I haven't 100% figured out what I'm doing. I think maybe bat something or other.
Yeah.
I was trying to figure out like, all I have so far is like some weird little bats. And I don't know what they are. I want bats with shoes if I'm going to do bats, which doesn't make any sense. But my wife records and sort of documents the materials. And we already have questions here. Real quick, I'm just going to get this out of the way. Vero Doodles, yes, I upload them to YouTube, and they stay on my feed. And then someone asked a question about your book and what was the hardest part of writing your book. So we'll get to that right away. But material-wise, what are you said found papers and painted papers. What kind of paint do you use on the papers?
Currently my favorites are these kind of guys.
Okay.
What are these? Amsterdam
Yep.
acrylics, because they're fairly cheap, but like I don't know, I like them and I like how they look and I like how they're squishy. And I've got a few colors. I sometimes will mix because I've got this like yucky sickly green I've been working with that is like everywhere in the bear out there, but also just like pink right from the tube, which
Yep.
is fun. I can't mix pink to save my life. And then I'm going to be gluing it all on construction paper, which I don't think I've done yet. Yeah, no, that's not true. I have done that. And then I've got Elmer's and a glue stick for options. That's what we're rocking.
Ooh, actually, that reminds me. I'm down to a handful of glue sticks.
Oh my
And I need to
God.
get more. 30.
I have a box just like that because
Yeah.
I got them for a craft event I did at a school, and then I took them all back with me. And now I think they're just scattered around my house. I have no idea where they are.
The amount, because I use them and I use the cap to like push stuff down because it's got a nice smooth edge to it. But the amount of caps that are like strewn about in my studio, they roll off the desk and all over the place. It's ridiculous. And then, well, I guess you already talked about the surface, you talked about the glue, you talked about, I think that hits them all. So my wife will document that for anybody that's watching who's like, what are the materials? Amsterdam paints are you know, sort of student grade. They're not the highest pigment, but they are cheap. And if you're, especially for what you're doing and what I'm doing, it would be totally fine material to work with because you're not looking for that like super opaque, like high level, like canvas paint.
Yeah.
You're looking for something.
No, can you imagine?
Down. Yeah.
It's so expensive.
I wouldn't go. I have golden acrylics and I have regular Liquitex acrylics here, and I would not use golden for that because it's just like the cost is way too expensive.
Also, I find the lids are really difficult to open and they hurt my little hands. Sometimes the golden lids, I don't know.
Golden or golden has the little like tiny plastic ones, and then I forget what the other one. There's another brand that has little hexagonal tops that are also like awful to open. And Liquitex is the way to go, or the Amsterdam with that just like nice big twist and they open
for our dainty little artist hands.
So you don't ruin them like some of us. I'm like looking at I guess I got paint on my hands. That's about as close as I get. So tonight the conversation sort of goes wherever, and I'm really want to be respectful of time and whatnot. And so if you need to step out in any way, don't hesitate to say anything. Just say, hey, I gotta go, and I won't be offended in any way. And then, like I said, conversation goes wherever. We can talk about art, we can talk about making, we can talk about, especially since you're in my eyes a recent graduate.
Oh yeah, I consider that as well. I feel like I'm a fresh, especially graduating into pandemic time. I'm like, time is like barely moving. You're
sort of there was a delay in getting out, and actually probably like I imagine you didn't go to a lot of conferences or anything right off the bat.
No, of course not. No.
So we'll get into some of that, but if you want to shift topic or anything of sort, don't hesitate. Just tell me, or just ask a question or change or talk about whatever, and it's all fair game. I will probably get weird and silly as the night goes on and ask challenging questions. Not challenging in the way that like, you know, what do you think about death? But more so like questions about how do you define yourself and stuff that might make you ponder. Sometimes people get surprised by them, but otherwise, why don't we switch to our downshoots or to however you need to set up the camera, and we'll just get going.
I have like an IKEA ring light camera phone holder situation. It's not like wicked strong, but I think it'll work good. Can I go sideways? If I move it sideways, does the camera orientation change? I'm just sideways. Yes,
it does. Yeah, go sideways. You gotta stay vertical with the camera.
Okay,
if feasible.
That's good to know. We can do this. I'm gonna rejig desk space.
I will switch mine, and I will keep an eye on sort of anybody that looks. I'm drawing my next book has pigs in it, so I have a bunch of pigs that I'm drawing in the background. I think yesterday I painted about 15 pigs. They're piggy banks, but they're,
of course,
until I put the coin slot in them, they're pigs. So as we set up here, tell me a little bit, because you had mentioned the idea that like you went for, or thinking you were going to be in concept art and animation and things of the sort, but then you said let me make sure I got oriented, right? There we go. You mentioned the idea that you went through a lot of phases or things in school.
Oh yeah.
And I'm
Yes.
wondering sort of what were those phases? I mean, I did the same thing. Every year was something different, and it just depended on sort of how I felt or what class I was taking that I got really excited.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I almost feel like it changed every year. So I was there from, oh God, 2015 to 2020, maybe 2016, something like that. And right when I kind of started, what was the vibe I was going for? It's so hard to remember. I think at that point I was like, yeah, totally video game concept art, because I'm just a nerd and I like games. And so I was like, I can do this. And then I realized how much work it was and how much rendering it is. And I'm like, that's actually my least favorite thing to do.
Waiting for it to back in that day too, they were like,
yeah,
it did take a while for computers to render out something. It wasn't.
oh my God, no kidding. Okay, I hope this light table isn't. Oh no, that looks totally fine. No one's being blinded too bad. Okay.
Yeah.
Actually don't even really need that. Yeah, but from there, at some point around 2017, I thought I was going to be like, I guess, what do you call it? Like a landscape painter.
Okay.
Since I have been doing art for so long, I got pretty good at like replicating stuff. Like I could paint still lifes pretty easily and have them turn out good, which is like, it was fun and satisfying for like a while. And within like the span of a year, maybe I decided how boring that was and how I hated it. I'm a person whose personality changes like every 6 months.
So,
I feel like.
Is it when you say still life? Was it meaning like painting from life?
Yep.
Was
the well, or from photos, because I never wanted. I don't have the endurance of a plein air painter.
Okay.
So I would take like cool photos of like time of day. Like I loved just before like dusk, where the sky was still kind of blue, but the lights came on and they were all orange, and I liked that kind of mood vibe. So I would like try and capture time of day in paintings of like local places where I grew up. And that was kind of fun, but yeah, it kind of sucks also because I don't know. I have two wolves inside me, where I want the thing to like be good and have people say, wow, you're so good at drawing, but also to make them laugh a lot, because I'm like a little clown person. There was in fact a point in my life where I told my father I wanted to be a clown when I grew up, and he was like, no, you don't do that. I was like, oh, why? It's like the thing I'm good at. It's making people laugh.
I see.
So I think that's perfect color.
Real quickly, a couple of notes that people are making, which is if you could zoom out your camera a touch.
Can I? Let's see. How do I do that?
All you do is on the phone, just pinch in or pinch out on your section of the screen, and it should zoom in, zoom out. If I remember correctly, it's been a while. Oh no. Okay. Zoomed out too far. Hold on. We'll get her back in 1 second. Hold on. Let me invite here. You can't zoom out with the X button.
Whoa, that was crazy. Okay, sorry.
Okay. You
know what? There's a real chance that could happen multiple times as well. It doesn't really.
So on mine, if I like pinch my fingers together, you get it zooms out on that section.
Weird. That's like not happening out. Oh, okay. That's really far in. It's just saying this is like as far out as I'm gonna go for some reason. Which is like,
we will manage.
You know, what I can do is actually put this on a big stack of books, and then it'll be really high up.
I think it was cropping in so much that you couldn't really see much beyond the pumpkin that you were painting or not painting but drawing at the time.
Well, we definitely want to see more than pumpkin.
I know that people will, they'll riot at some point,
and they're right for that, I think.
Yeah, they're what, zoom all the way out.
Why won't you let me?
Well, my wife is I don't know what my wife is saying most of the time, but I don't know if I zoomed all the way out. So tell me a little bit, because obviously, like, you walk out the door, you have this award that's handed off to you that sort of preps you into. Oh, it's like, why are we looking at? I have a delay on the feed that I'm looking at, and all of a sudden I just saw the back of a book, and I'm like, what is going on here? So you get this award, and did you know at that time, like, that was the direction, or was the award something that sort of like planted a seed, and later you kind of came to that realization that kids books was a market that was viable for you?
Well, the thing is, in school, they kind of, well, I don't know if it's like a specifically a thing from Sheridan, but I think the like Canadian publishing world is like not super flush with money, basically.
Uh-huh.
So I think it was kind of not discouraged, but kind of like discouraged. They're like, just so you know, like, it's a lot of work and you don't really make a lot of money.
Yeah.
Like, you're probably going to be looking at a couple thousand for months, years of your time. And so I didn't really think of it. I kind of assumed I would go into editorial artwork, like for,
Okay.
you know, magazines,
Yep.
whatever, websites, which I still do a lot of on this. I don't know if I'd say a lot of, actually, that's a lie. A bit of on the side, but sorry, I need to, like, I bet you I can draw and talk at the same time. I'm just not used to it.
You will get used to it. It takes everybody about 20 minutes, and then all of a sudden you'll be in the swing of it.
Perfect. Okay.
There's a learning curve, though.
Yes. Yeah, so I kind of just assumed I would be cold emailing companies at publications and being like, hey, here's my portfolio. But while making the children's book project for school, I kind of thought it was crap because it was so easy. It came so naturally. I was like, well, I couldn't possibly have done a good job because this is the easiest thing I've ever done in my life. Because I would always like draw comics to make my friends laugh, or make little stories and draw dumb looking characters for, I don't know, for fun or whatever. And so, yeah.
What happened when you got out? And, like, was Spider in the Well the book from college?
No, not at all. So the book from college was a folktale that was, what was it?
Oh,
It
that's
was
right.
it was the Enormous Turnip, which is like, I think, a Russian folktale.
Okay.
And there's like lots of children's books about it. Like, it's out there. It's around. Like, it's a well-loved piece of media or whatever. But
did you find when you actually started, like, getting, you know, when you got the agent and things of the sort, did your perception of the industry change at that point, like actually making the book, or did you kind of smooth?
Well, the thing is, a lot of like children's publishing and publishing in general and stuff was completely new to me. I knew nothing about it. I knew I should, first of all, fear agencies because there are mostly predators. We had like a very intense business teacher who was probably right in scaring us a little bit, but she really did scare us into thinking like we were going to get scammed by any agency who ever tries to talk to us. Which I don't know how common that is, but I know a lot of people who, I don't know if it's Sheridan specifically, they're very like business focused. Like, it's not just fine art. Like, they'll show you how to make money. Like, we had business classes and stuff, but they really were like, fear the agent. And then in publishing, it's like, you good luck doing anything without an agent. Which I learned pretty quick. I don't know how I learned. I feel like I just absorbed the information as I went. But yeah, I didn't expect a pile of money or anything, but I was like excited to test it out. And it turned out pretty good. But yeah, Spider came about when my agent Hannah was like, hey, what kind of books are you cooking up? You want to cook up a little story? Think of something you want to draw? I was like, yeah, okay, I can try that. And then sorry?
Did they push around? Like, did they not push around? Did they get the Russian folktale one out at all?
Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry, I completely forgot what I was talking about. Yeah, we did, because also another person who is I don't think she was judging that year. I think she just happened to see the show online. Was Tara Walker, I believe her last name is, from Penguin. Is
Okay.
it Tara Walker? I really feel like it is. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry, Tara, but I know her name's Tara. And she's really wonderful. And she was like, hey, like, just letting you know, like, this was really cool. And if you feel like submitting it, like, you should go for it. Like, no guarantee we can publish it, but you should give it a shot. And that was before I had signed with Hannah. And I was like, whoa, that's crazy. And so when Hannah reached out, I'm like, actually, we have this thing going on. Like, we should totally submit to them and we can put it together in like a dummy. And I didn't know what the word dummy was. And I was like, what is that? What do you mean? What are you talking about? And so I had to learn very quickly so that I could get this thing out there, and this thing that is like pretty ugly. It's not that ugly. Yeah, I thought it was pretty bad. But we did, and it turned out they were like, oh, like, well, because it's a folktale that they had already published a version of before, they were like, no, we don't think it's like kind of hitting the uniqueness notes to like get it out there or like have a good reason to get it out there, but thanks so much for submitting to us. And we were like, okay, that's okay, thank you.
The person who said submit it came back and said we don't want it.
Yeah, but you know what, she was right. And I'm sure she liked it, but there's like obviously a lot of stuff that goes into acquisitions, and they just figured it like wasn't quite unique enough. And I really changed the look of it too. It went through quite the facelift to make it a little more presentable and a little less half-assed.
Yeah.
And so I was obviously devastated. I was like, no, my career's over and it didn't even start. This is so sad. But it was like a really good kind of dry run learning experience for the process for getting going with actually doing publishing. And then I had started writing Spider, and so I actually had something to try a second round with, which was good.
What was it like, the doing Spider? Was that something that took more of a time frame to actually produce, or was it like by comparison, when you're in school, obviously, like, you have a shortened time frame, you have, there's not an actual production happening, and I'm wondering sort of the difference in your mind between those two.
Oh yeah. Even I feel like my teacher for that narrative project was super laid back. He was like a really cool, chill guy who was like, yeah, you're doing great. He didn't even have like a ton of notes. He's like, wow, this is a story. You're doing it. And I was like, okay, cool. And then the actual process for Spider, especially because it's so plot heavy, I feel like there's a lot of character motivations that needed to be figured out, and what is even the story about. And so I think I started it maybe in April, June, or July in the summer. And then when did I finish it? I think the final art and everything was submitted in like 2023. So the writing process definitely took like a year or something. I wish I need to actually write these dates down, because people keep asking me and I'm like, I wish I knew. I don't know. That was a weird time. Things just happened really slowly.
School is a very different schedule.
Yes.
Because you have multiple classes going on. You have the structure is maybe a little bit more fluid.
Yes.
Than what you get when you walk out into the real world. Did you find out you graduated? You graduated like the spring the pandemic hit, right?
Yep. I sure did.
So did you have online classes or anything?
We did towards the very end, but when you're in your graduating year at Sheridan, you're just doing mostly thesis projects.
Okay.
So they're self-directed, and by the time it was like March when things were announced to be closing, we were almost done. So it was just the final finishing and adjustments that had to be done at home, which was really sad because Sheridan has a really great like big studio spaces, and we have access to Cintiqs that we didn't have anymore, which was a bummer. So all those studios closed, but thankfully I had like a crappy tablet at home that worked okay.
Yeah, survive with.
But definitely the time frame it felt very luxurious having so much time actually to just kind of plug away at stuff, whereas in school you're like, they kind of haze you almost. I feel like in second year of the illustration bachelor program at Sheridan, they're like, okay, I believe it was roughs due on Tuesday, finals on Thursday.
Yeah,
that sounds crazy, but I think that's how it was. Yeah, which was really good to prepare you for the editorial world, because that's like kind of feels like that sometimes depending on what you're working for.
New York Times, it can be same day.
Exactly.
so
You know
like,
what? It sure is. One time, I think it was right before Christmas Eve, I got a New York Times one, and I was like, okay, let's go.
well, it was like, from what I've heard, I've never done the New York Times, but I've heard it's a what do I say? It's like you get the offer in the morning, by
Yeah,
lunch sketches are due, and then by dinner time
yeah,
finals due. And so like
exactly.
you know that probably that's where a lot of, because I'm I teach at a college all the time, and there is that, like, not necessarily a scare factor, but you want people to perform in a way that they're not going to be shocked when they walk out the door for the negative. If they
Yeah.
get more time on a project, great, let them have more time, but don't walk them out the door and then all of a sudden they go, oh, I thought I had 5 weeks to do this, and they have a couple days.
Oh
um,
boy.
do you now that you have the first book and second book out, or the second book's coming out rather, do you feel like the process is getting faster? Like, obviously, like, multiple books, the more books you have, probably the smoother things get, but obviously jumping from one book to two books is a different mindset too, in the sense of uh, your first pass, sometimes stuff goes awry, or you haven't figured out exactly your method, and all of a sudden your second pass you get the opportunity to really, like, fine tune that. And I'm wondering, sort of, was the second book for you uh, a still a learning curve? Was it, where does that stand in comparison?
Yeah. Oh, it was like a breeze. Oh my God, it was so much easier, especially because the story for the second one um, was kind of something I already did. So if you dig deep enough on my Instagram, maybe I
Oh,
should
it's
reshare it or something.
okay.
It's based on an animation I did for our, what do you call it, motion class, where it was like light animating for dummies. We learned like the very basics of doing frame by frame and some After Effects kind of effects.
Yeah.
So we could fiddle around in programs and stuff. And I did a frame by frame animation in Photoshop. I think was my preferred method of doing that, which is like so strange to me, but I really enjoyed it. And I did an animation, and it was called The Bear Out There.
Okay.
And it was, I don't know, if you watch it, the thing is, I feel like it's like a cool surprise, the story, but like it's also a children's book, and you're gonna devour it in like a minute, like 5 minutes. So I need to like be okay with giving away the plot. But it's basically like a Goldilocks thing. And so this animation was like a Goldilocks thing with a joke at the end. And I pretty much, yeah, I had that written in my phone, like, this could be a book. And I knew that even at the time of me, like, not knowing I wanted to do books, I kind of had it in the back of my head.
Yeah.
Which is really interesting too, because when I went to do the storyboards, I was thinking in terms of an animation, especially for Spider in the Well. For some reason, I had animation brain, which is really weird, where I would draw each page as though it was a frame by frame. And so there were so many repetitive spreads. And my agent was like, hey,
Okay.
just so you know, like, maybe like have page turns in mind so you can break it up and have it visually interesting. And I was like, oh shit, yeah, why am I having them just looking at each other on every page?
That's
Which can be really funny for a gag if you have something that's the same. And some books use that really beautifully, like Do As Talk As all takes place on one
Yep.
thing, and it's just little moments.
And
But the way I did it was like so long and so boring and really bad.
that's a lot of Clausen, is that
Yes,
like, it's not a dramatic
exactly.
shift, and
Yep.
so you notice the character shift. Or Jerome Pumphrey, who we've had on, he and his brother do the same thing, where it's like a really subtle shift. So it's a time-based thing. But I totally get. I mean, animation and children's book are not necessarily tied at the hip, but there is a sequential element that is very. I mean, we're essentially doing keyframes,
Yeah,
and
totally.
we just don't do the in betweens. That's all.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's the key story beats and moments. I feel like maybe it was, I don't know if it was John or someone else who said this to me, was like, it's kind of like a superpower to have some animation, like storyboarding background in any way, shape, or form. Because you start thinking cinematically with your camera angles, and you think of moments that are punchy and important, and like taking rests for story beats, because that's like a really narrative kind of art form, so it can really help. But yeah, it was just, for some reason, the way I was doing it was like, this doesn't need to be like this. But I do love a funny
So
same page, slightly different moment.
there's a classic question that artists get asked all the time, and normally it's left for the end, but I think it makes sense here in this with the idea of like, if you could look back on all that you've done, what's the one advice you would give to someone? I'm wondering, like, hearing what you're talking about and thinking about, especially going into the second book and learning along the way, I'm wondering, are there things now that you already have figured out that, like, oh, this is what I wish I knew even just a couple years ago in the process?
Oh, yeah, what do I wish I knew? It's hard to think because I feel like I'm still in the same boat.
You're maybe in the same boat, but you've drifted further out to sea. So.
Yeah. I guess I would tell myself, like, maybe, I don't know. I don't know what I would tell old me. Well, like to ease the process, to like make it go quicker, or like to ease my mental state if I was like feeling afeared of what's going on.
I think either or.
Yeah. Well, I have what I like to call delusion, in which I think everything's probably fine all the time and everything will work out, which I think is really good for keeping me both sane and giving me a level of confidence that I don't know if I've always earned, but I've kind of always felt like, yeah, this will work out. This will be good.
Sort of,
which is good, I think, in this industry,
yeah,
because it keeps you going. So otherwise, you'd get really discouraged.
With the amount of edits and drafts you have to do, and
oh my god, yeah, yeah, no kidding.
I mean, that's the same thing. That's the college versus sort of real life. College, you have like a week to make your edits, and then you're done.
Yes.
And it may be a single pass, and then it's sort of, okay, you finished that. Let's move on, and what's the next project down the line?
Yeah.
Do you time wise? Obviously, there was the jump out of school into this industry. There's a, all of a sudden you don't have all the other classes in the way, or you were able to put a little bit more focus on one singular sort of project at a time. Did you find that challenging? I mean, and the reason why I ask this, not only is there probably some students watching from around the globe and whatnot, but I'm also thinking just the idea of, project management in general for folks, and how they, how do you keep yourself motivated when you're not jumping from project to project, or when you have a deadline to meet that is further out than a week or two?
Yes. Well, the thing is, sometimes when it's something you're writing, no one's breathing down your neck. There's no looming deadlines, especially if you haven't sold the book yet. Yeah. And so creating fake deadlines for yourself is really good. as a little brain hack, is putting things in your calendar that says you got to do this by this time, or else. And there is no or else. But I guess for like actually doing the project, there is thankfully also real deadlines. But like keeping myself motivated book to book, there's something we started doing in school where for kind of every project we would do, we would try and do we were encouraged to try a new medium every time. Okay. To like give you a new level of pizzazz. So I'm kind of trying to learn to like the experimentation period that is important to have before you start the final thing, because in school you start the final thing the night before it's due if you're me. Yeah. And you can't do that now because you have lots and lots of time, so you can actually test things out and learn things, which is good, but you have to make time to fail, which I don't like failing, and I don't like things not turning out good first try. Okay. So I found that to be a learning curve going in between the two, but making time to fail is really good, because then by the time you get to the new thing, you're like, well, I've already messed around with that a little bit and I had a good time and I did it and I'm proud of myself. So
the idea of like allowing yourself to fail, and I understand the sentiment, but I'm wondering, because I often ask on here sort of what is success for people, and that sometimes is like, financial reward. Sometimes that's a, finishing a piece, what have you. But I think it's kind of fun to ask the opposite this time of what equals failure to you, and then how do you come back from that failure? Like, what did you change your mindset? Is there a different set of parameters that you put around the project to make it easier on you? So first of all,
Yeah.
what is failure? What does it actually entail?
Well, I guess one type of failure is having your book die and no one wants it, I guess. So that's one kind of failure I had to like pop back from, which I did not give myself time for. It just happened to me and I was like, no, but it made space for something better because I had learned skills. But generally, like when I'm talking about like making time for it, I'm mostly talking about media exploration. Because story-wise, like I don't know if a story can fail. You're like writing and you either reread it and rewrite it until it becomes good, or you decide maybe this isn't it and you've got to like put it on the back burner and retire her out to pasture for a while until maybe it comes back or maybe it doesn't. But I'm mostly media because I've become very stuck in my ways, I fear, especially with editorial. Like there's not a lot of time to like decide you're going to try a new media unless you're like cool and brave, but I'm neither of those things. So I'm like, I'll do the same old thing I always do because it's been working so far.
Well, does that mean just jump into Procreate? And
oh yeah, it sure is. And use the same two brushes I've been using for years. Yeah.
What are those two brushes?
Oh, my okay. Back in the day, which is 2 years ago, my go-to was 6B. That just comes with Photoshop because that's an old reliable. It's chalky. It's cute. You can fill in a large shape with it. That's lots of fun. So I would use, I think, pretty much just that, which is kind of insane to think of. And now I've got a combo I like, which is I believe it's True Grit Texture Series. Has lots of lines of brushes, but they do one called Crispy Inker from like one of their ink packs, and it's got a delicious crunchy little edge to it, and so I use that to outline all of my shapes. Okay. And I will either color drop in that, just like fill the shape, or I will go in and use a chalky brush. I think I just googled like chalk Procreate brush, and it was one that used to come with Procreate, and now maybe it doesn't, I believe. It's been a while, but any kind of grungy, yucky brush will do, but that one just happens to work for me. And then I fill in the shape with that. And that's kind of how I did the entirety of Spider in the Well. I did it all on my iPad. Yeah. And I did it all with those two brushes, and it served me so good. And so I really just kind of stuck with that. But for my second book, I was like, wow, we've got lots of time, and now I know how to write a story. So what if I learn how to collage? And I don't know if I did fail with that.
Did you get a 2-book deal?
Two-book deal? Yes, I did. Isn't that wacky?
Okay. Well, I was gonna say the fact that you had the time, in a way, either meant one that you didn't have a deal and you could sit there and spend time on it, or you had a deal that allowed you the flexibility to sort of play because you knew there was a job around the corner.
Yes. Oh, it's so nice to have a job around the corner. Otherwise, you're like, well, I'm going to run out of money soon, and then that's going to be all gone. So that's definitely good.
Do you have a third one in the works at some point?
I do.
Okay.
Yes.
I was going to say this. Well, since you've announced 2, that means that third one is somewhere in the pipeline.
How did you know? Yeah. So I entered in another 2-book deal with Harper. Yes. They got me again. Which is totally good, and I got a new editor there because my editor was Mabel Sue, but she's now at Source Books, and her good friend Courtney, who also works at Harper, is my new editor, and she's so much fun, and she's got really good ideas, and she gets my sense of humor, which is great because you never know who you're going to get after you get a new editor. It could be someone who despises you and just got assigned to work with you or something. I don't know if that happens, but something you always think the worst, like, oh no, what if this person doesn't get me? But she gets me, so I got very lucky. And it's coming out, I guess, the year after, 2027.
There is a pretty common thing that I think is in the industry that people don't realize, of like how much turbulence there is, not necessarily for the artists all the time, but for editors and art directors moving from one company to the next.
Oh yeah.
Sort of not that it's in a bad way, but sometimes people just change jobs, and the person who you've been working with for, years all of a sudden isn't there, or they've moved up in the company and they're no longer working with
Yeah.
individual artists, and there's all sorts of challenges that go into it, and then that is scary for the artist in general. To all of a sudden, the person they've been working with is no longer the person they're working with.
Yeah, you feel like you've been set adrift.
Yeah.
You're no longer secure, especially if you have an editor you really vibed with, and Mabel's really special. And a lot of how good Spider is was her brain. Her brain, and also everyone else I bothered with it, and also my agent that had a really big hand in helping me figure that one out too. So yeah, it was kind of scary. But yeah, publishing has a big turnover rate because I guess a lot of editors are overworked and underpaid, as many publishing industry jobs are. And so any number of factors could lead someone to hop ship or start their own thing or switch jobs entirely or getting into different areas of publishing. So yeah, it can be quite scary.
Do you I mean, obviously finding someone that is simpatico with you on the second is great, because sometimes that doesn't always work out, or there are people that, you know, sign on to a project or sign on to a client like that, and then because they weren't really there for the concept or the you know, initial launch of said project, don't feel like they have a lot of buy-in.
Yeah.
They're not as excited about the next round. But obviously you have a connection that makes sense. Is it something wherein you are working on, like, I'm wondering more so on the writing side, is there does the editor in this case play a role for you in the concept side of it, or is it more just a sort of what do I say, the editing and you know, copy editing and all that kind of stuff side? Like, are they actually helping you come up with, like, here's the subject that might be interesting to play with?
Yeah. So far not that specifically, but especially with Mabel and with my agent, I would do like for my book 2, here's a pile of ideas. And since Spider was the first one I did, that kind of chiseled away at what my niche could be, which is I don't know, slightly, not to use the word edgy because that kind of sucks, but unconventional, slightly spooky, pretty weird sort of a vibe, like a vintagey folktale-y bit. Not that they all have to be folk tales, but that kind of created like sort of a writing language that suits me. And people who know me, I feel like that's pretty obvious that that's like my sort of thing. And so thankfully I'm like an open book. You pretty much know me as soon as I open my mouth. But yeah, so I would give it a pile of ideas, and some of them you could tell right away I was like writing in someone else's voice, like no one specifically, but it was like, this is a picture book, but I don't know if this is a Jess Hannigan picture book.
Yeah.
So they would kind of steer me into going weirder with it, which I always appreciate. Like, to be known is to be loved. Like, it's been really good so far for people who get me. But I've definitely had basic ideas that were like, well, maybe this one's like not quite right, but like this one's like really, it's giving you. And I'm like, yeah, it is giving me. Okay,
so let's get to that sort of topic then of what is you. Now, admittedly,
no.
I know your work from like Instagram, and I know obviously the one book, but I have not seen the follow-up, so I don't know, like, the through line is there in the images, but I don't know it when it comes to the writing side. And I'm wondering, can you in some shape or form describe what is a Jess Hannigan book?
I hope so. The problem is I can like write pretty good, not like pretty good, like, you know, I'm fine, but like talking and using my words is difficult. I don't know if you know about astrology, but astrology nerds out there will know what having a Mars and Mercury and Pisces means. And it's basically like my mouth is just like a pile of sludge, and stuff will just fall out of it. So I'm not very good at being articulate, which means often I will say something in an interview and then later be like, that's not even true. Why did I say that? I was like lying, but I wasn't lying. I was just like, maybe this is true in a moment. But I would say, like, for me, it's hard to say spooky books because Spider in the Well isn't even a spooky book. Like, there's nothing scary happens in it at all.
No.
But it's kind of an overarching aesthetic in that it's cute and maybe strange is the good word. I don't know.
Okay.
So I guess a Jess Hannigan book, I especially like kind of subverting expectations. I like to set stuff up and then twist it. I love to have what I call a visual gag. I love to have a gag per book so far, I have discovered, which saying like a gag or what do you call it? I don't know, like a joke, like a visual joke. What's it called? A shtick of some kind. Is really fun. So like with the looking down the well, that was why I wrote the whole story, because I thought that would look really cool and interesting to have it be this like flat rings of bricks in a circle, and you look down and there's a spider in there, and then you look up and there's the boy in the sky, and I thought that was fun. So that's where the whole story came from.
I was going to show that on screen for folks, so that shot, so they understand the ref. I'm just trying to get this glued down real quick.
Oh yeah, that's important. Don't leave the gluing.
Are your hands already sticky from glue?
No, I haven't glued anything yet. I've only been chopping. The thing is, I chop out all my shapes first, put them in a pile, and then I assemble, which is probably not very exciting because it just looks like a pile of crap right now.
Let me see. Let's find this. There we go. About halfway down, you get these.
Yeah. Those are my favorite guys.
Yeah. That idea, sort of the looking down, looking up, is so.
Yes, having the two circles next to each other. Yeah.
With the idea of one of the things I've been talking about with folks recently on here is because I think I'm good at it, but I don't think I'm actually good at it, is the idea of comedy.
Oh yeah.
In books, like what I think is funny doesn't always translate in the same way that I want it to. And, you know, having a visual gag is sometimes works, sometimes doesn't work, depending on who your audience is. And obviously make it funny to you, but I'm wondering, how do you know when the visual gag works? Like, do you have some sort of barometer that you use?
Yeah, the barometer is usually I show it to my partner, and if he laughs, then it works, and if he looks confused, then it didn't work.
Okay.
Like maybe it was too subtle. I don't have any children in my life to be testing material out on, so I'm really trying to make myself laugh. However, I do have the sense of humor of about an 8-year-old. Okay. So it's kind of, yeah, I'm kind of my own focus group, thankfully, but I'll also send it to friends and say, like, do you understand what the joke is here? Is this funny? And if they go, what am I looking at? Then I know that I've kind of failed. Or if the joke is so subtle no one notices. Yeah. And my third one, I have a little joke that goes on in the background, and you can't really see it. And so I had to make it more pronounced, and then, oh, now I understand, like, the stories come full circle because of this, like, tiny moment.
Now,
which is difficult.
I did see on Instagram, I don't know what made me jump to this in my head, but you did a Domestica course in Paris too.
Oh yeah, I did.
Which means
you did as well.
Yeah, it was not this last summer, it was the summer before?
Yep, 20. Is
that right?
22.
Okay. You must have been there like, or no, wait, was it the summer, or when did you do it?
It was in the summer, yeah. It was like towards the end of June. It was like in June, July, or in July, August, like towards the end of the months.
So you might have been there like right after I was there.
Whoa.
Because I'm trying to remember when it was, because it was that summer, and I don't remember what month, but I want to say I was there in like July. Yeah, no, we were there for Bastille Day, so whatever day.
Wow.
Whatever that was.
Yeah.
So it wasn't that far off.
Huh.
And so like seeing the video of it, I was like, oh, the film studio. And do you remember who you worked with?
Oh God.
Were you with Mark and that crew, or were you with oh shoot, starts with a J.
Oh boy, let me look up emails. Hang on, I've got my computer in front of me. If I look up Domestica email, I'll tell you exactly who I worked with. This will be really good for the YouTube video, me Googling stuff.
I can't think of their names now.
I know.
All of them.
I can't think of anyone's name ever. So Luis, yeah, Luis was my cameraman.
Yeah, okay, he was the cameraman. cameraman for me, and
oh my god, he rocks.
started with a J. What was her name? Oh. And then, well, if you, my guess is it's the same team every time, but I could be wrong.
Likely.
Who is the sort of the person that your contact person who helped organize stuff? Was it
my contact person was Morgan.
Oh.
And
Okay.
Valentina were those were my girlies. So you might have had other people.
I did.
Yes.
I did have different people. Okay.
They were really wonderful as well. I really loved my team, and I hope they're doing well as well.
But you did have Luis, and Luis was pretty awesome.
Oh yeah, he's really cool. We're still mutuals on Instagram. I love to see his photography. Yep. He was so funny, and he even endured my really bad, like, few words in Spanish I could speak. And he was like, in order to sound confident as a Parisian and a French speaker, you have to like be a caricature of a person and really throw it on, and then it's like believable. And I was like, whoa, that's cool. That's good to know. Not that I ever was bold enough to speak French.
all of the folks that worked there like spoke like 5 different languages and could flow in and out.
Honestly, people in Europe are better than us for that reason.
Yeah, for the most part.
Yeah.
For the most part. We got hamburgers and hot dogs and baseball.
Yeah, so. Baby, they don't have that.
Oh wait, you're in Canada, so we hockey and
poutine.
Yeah. You got
poutine. Yeah. Morgan, who is a lovely Parisian woman who is my organizer, she's like, yeah, I actually went to Montreal on a trip, and the accents were so thick I had no idea what anyone was saying to me, even though it was still French. And I was like, yeah, that sounds about right.
Did oh wait, have you been to the Ottawa Animation Festival ever?
No, I don't even know what that is. I didn't know that was a thing. I'm very out of tune with the animation industry.
Oh, it's the OIAF, the Ottawa International Animation Festival. And it's in Ottawa, Ontario. And it is in, I think, early September. And they sort of take over all the venues in town, including sort of the museums and stuff there. And they have films and a couple of workshops. Basically, it's films, and they will showcase like the new Hollywood movies. Will play at a theater that's there, but they also have all the independent stuff comes and sort of takes over this.
Cool.
It's pretty awesome. So if you do like animation, you're interested in pre-production and biz dev and whatnot, there's some really fun stuff to go to. I don't know how close you're in Hamilton. Is that right?
Yeah. Oh wow, correct. Yes.
How close is that to Ottawa?
To Ottawa? Oh man. Well, I think Montreal is like a 5 to 6 hour drive, if I'm not crazy. Okay. And Ottawa is before Montreal, because Montreal's in Quebec. One of my shortcomings is maps, directions, timing, dates, and names.
Okay.
One of them. So I'm gonna say maybe somewhere under 5 hours, maybe just 4 hours. I don't know. I would have to look it up because I've only been there once.
I mean, the only reason what made me think about it was just the idea that my wife and I were there, and I think we walked across a bridge from Ottawa, and all of a sudden we were in the French side of things. I don't know what town was next to it. I don't know if it must have been, was it Montreal or was it Quebec?
Yeah, Quebec is the province, and then is Montreal the capital of Quebec? I want to say yes. No, it's Quebec City. It's Quebec City. That was a test. I tested myself.
I just remember walking across the bridge, and all of a sudden we went into a restaurant, and everything was in French. And we didn't know that we crossed into the French district.
Oh, they'll let you know really quick when you've crossed it. Yeah.
But yeah, if you ever get a chance, it's pretty awesome. I haven't been in years. But totally fun to go to. So I want to jump back real quick to the domestic, of course. With doing that, did you stay in that part of Paris, or did you travel every day to get to the studio?
No, we were really literally around the corner, like a 2-minute walk. They put us in a hotel right near that studio, which was amazing.
I've been
so I didn't have to worry at all.
The same hotel and everything. The oh shoot, I can't remember the name of it.
Couldn't tell you what the name was.
Yeah,
I'd have to look
Yeah, I
If you
remember.
said it, I might know it, but I bet you they did because I think they work together a lot. So that's
Yeah,
probably like a common thing.
dump
So,
people there. I remember when we got there,
yeah.
I was a little bit worried because they didn't have our hotel reservation, and
Oops.
I brought my family with me, and all of a sudden we were like thinking we were out of hotel room and had to
Oh
make
my God.
some quick calls. But that studio was amazing, and I don't know if you've heard the same thing, but I don't think that studio is up and running anymore. At
Sure
least
isn't.
yeah,
No, I think the company, what happened was the company grew really fast during
yep,
the pandemic, and then like organizing it, I think became probably way more expensive and really messy, and which is like, fair. They grew really quickly. And so I think almost all their European studios had to close or something like that. Yeah, which is crazy
I mean,
and a bummer.
I know my class in particular came out. I'm gonna guess, a year and a quarter after when it was filmed. I don't know if you had the same thing or it just took forever for it to actually publish.
How? Wait a minute. I just got so okay, never mind. I got it. I was cutting out this shape and I have negative spaces, and I was like, "Am I doing this wrong?" Sorry. I just had my brain stopped working. Yeah, mine took a really, really long time to come out. And they emailed me and they were like, "Yeah, it's like, dude, like you'll have like a whole new editing team, but like it'll come out eventually. Just
Yeah.
like keep your eyes peeled." And then 2 years later, I was like, "Oh my God, who is this person in this video? That is not me. Look at all the hair she has."
Yeah.
She's using the 6B pencil in Procreate.
I felt like because now I'm doing the collage stuff. I think that my course was done in a different sort of aesthetic.
Yeah.
It felt very dated when it came out, and people have taken it and said it's lovely, but at the same time, the back of my brain goes like, yeah, but it's not really who you are now, and
No, and I would do so many things differently as well. Like I'm like, oh, I've learned so much since then that I'm like really dating myself with what I'm having to like say. Yeah, here, learn from me. Learn from my mistakes that I wouldn't do today.
now out of curiosity, and then we'll move on from Domestica, but I'm just wondering if it's the same ballpark. Were you scheduled to be in New York or anything, or was it Paris the whole time?
It was originally Spain.
Spain.
I think.
Okay.
Well, I assumed it would be New York, and then they're like, "Do you want to go to Spain?" And I was like, "Do I want to go to Spain?" I'd never been to Europe ever, so I was like, "Oh, so you're giving me a free vacation?" And
Yep.
I just have to like doodle my little doodles and come back. Like that sounds good. And yeah, originally it was Spain, and then I think they might have changed it even to Berlin or something. A few places were mentioned, and then they landed on Paris, and I was like, "Yeah, sign me up. That sounds good."
I know.
Count me
Yeah.
in.
In my case, it was originally New York, and then all of a sudden it shifted to Paris at one point, and I'm like, instead of New York, I'm more than happy to venture, and they paid for it, so like,
Yeah, exactly. I know that's kind of my point of view is like I'm proud of it because it was really the breadth of my knowledge at the time, and so I'm really happy I did it, and it was free. And I finally got to. I don't do things unless someone tells me to. Pretty much.
Okay.
I'm very at the whims of what other people say, like how I got into children's books. Someone told me to, and so I said, "Okay, sounds good." So I find it hard to like go against the flow of what destiny's bringing me and just say, "I'm going to do this." So I'm really glad someone kicked my ass across the ocean, because I probably would have been like, "That's far. That's scary. I don't know."
Yeah. They speak a different language than
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, luckily my partner Dan took French immersion, which is something Canadians do, in which you are immersed in the French language in school, so that when you're young, you like absorb language better or whatever. Yeah. So he actually had some understanding, which I got to benefit from. So like French people didn't say, "You stupid American."
They looked at you that way probably, but they just didn't.
Probably, yeah. I definitely looked like a moron from the West, surely.
You didn't wear a Canadian flag shirt.
That's what they say, is to like put a little Canadian patch on your suitcase or something. I was like,
that's safer than wearing an American flag.
It sure is. Yeah.
You get a little bit more respect with Canada while you're there.
Yes.
So obviously you've had these experiences sort of, because you said that was what, 2022? I'm trying to do the math of what
Yeah,
time
yeah.
that was.
Hmm.
So you were, a few years out, etc. Have you, in some sense, this is a weird question, but have you had a chance in the time frame that you've had post school to really sit back and reflect on sort of the experiences that you've had, or has it been sort of a whirlwind
I
in a way?
feel like it's both. I like to purposefully practice remembering how old me would react to hearing how stuff is going.
Okay.
Because that's good, because otherwise you do get like caught up in whatever's currently going on, and then you have to stop and remind yourself and be like, whoa, but isn't it crazy that I'm doing any of this shit at all? Like, what's going on? And it's lots of fun.
Meaning
Yeah, I think it's
old you would be happy, or sort of
oh
like,
yeah,
okay.
absolutely, like crazy happy. Like, I really thought I would be having multiple jobs while I like try and get the art thing like going. I did not think I would have so much luck so quickly, and a lot of like getting into having art as a career is luck, or at least being personable, and making friends, and those friends, like, things kind of spitball from there, like a snowball or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's great. All the time I stop and I go, where am I? Like, like what the hell is going on? Like, yeah, it's every day. So I get some kind of new email, or I'm like, what the hell? I think I'm like in some sort of a coma, and I'm dreaming this like stuff is happening to me or something like that.
Are you full-time illustration
Yeah.
now, or are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I am. I kind of just take anything anyone asks me to do, which is like not something you should do. You
They should have
definitely have to
taught you
learn
that at Sheridan. They should have said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm absolutely positive they did.
Yeah.
And I just ignored it because I was like, money for drawing? Okay, whatever you want. So I could probably say no more. But lately, I think everything that's been cooking has been nice and good. So I'm pleased. But I still do like editorial gigs whenever, like the 3 people who hire me like a couple times a year, because I haven't sent out portfolio emails in probably 2 years.
Yeah.
So shout out to the people of Cottage Life magazine and the great platform formerly known as Reader's Digest Canada, who doesn't exist anymore.
Wait.
R.I.P. They were.
What? So tell me, because I did notice there were quite a few Cottage Life. What is Cottage Life magazine? Because obviously I'm a huge
Oh.
Cottage Life subscriber.
Yeah.
But what kind of subject matters are we talking in that one?
So my art director for Cottage Life, who I typically work with, their name is Taylor, and they have like the world's most boring Q&A section articles that they have to find illustrations for. The one I did was like, what kind of gutters should you get so that when they freeze, like they don't break or something? And they'll be like, okay, let's make something wacky and weird. And so I need to like turn the like most mundane like cottage maintenance article into basically they're a magazine for probably rich people or cottage enthusiasts, because it's always like really fancy cottages, and it's like how to like winterize it. Q&A, what's this like weird smell coming out of my septic tank?
Yeah.
And here are some beautiful cottages you can't afford that are really lovely to look at.
No, wait, are those actual articles that you've had to deal with stuff like
what's the stinky the mysterious stink one was one, the gutters one was one.
Okay.
The one I recently just finished for them was about if winter jackets perform better if they're a lighter or darker color because of like reflecting or absorbing light. The answer is no, it doesn't matter. So I had to draw a fun illustration to go with that, which of course is like really ridiculous. But it's good brain practice, and it kind of gets me out of like long-term project mode into like something bite-sized that I can be like, yeah, let's whip this around, why not?
I mean,
so usually people don't come to me for serious editorial stuff. They come to me for like, I need this to be weird, you can do that. Yeah. And I was like, yep, probably.
Well, I asked that in particular just because the type of editorial I tend to get are those like what I would refer to as family editorial. It's not, it's sort of in that same ballpark. It's sort of like, oh, here's an article about investing for your kids. Like those kind of like, it's not that it's horrible of any sort, but it's the same. Like I've done one on water and heating.
Oh,
in housing and
fun.
things of the sort. So it's right in that wheelhouse.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I think there's a perception that editorial is automatically going to be these like, you're going to work for Time Magazine.
Mm-hmm.
And there's not, I mean, there is stuff for these like, you know, New York Times and whatnot, but there's so many other editorial places that are out there that people or oftentimes get glanced or what was it, glossed over
Yeah.
because it doesn't have the catchy name, but also sometimes they pay really well.
Oh yeah.
And
Especially I hear like tech magazines and business magazines, they have a lot of budget, although they'll probably like start doing AI stuff because that seems on brand for
yeah.
it. So that's like, ooh, that's rough. Like I really feel for anyone whose main sort of income is editorial stuff. But I feel like if your main income is editorial, you probably have a good enough visual language that in relationships that people will probably want to keep you. But getting into it, I feel like maybe as this is like a cool trendy new fad will probably be trickier, but
I mean,
no one's replacing our special brains.
at the same time, all that work, at least in the States, is not copyrightable.
Yeah,
And
right.
so
So it's a really specific weird time.
yeah, it's they can use it, but some of them may not want to. I mean, there's a fear about the AI thing with a lot of folks, and I get it, but I also know that like in certain industries they're going to be more wary of it.
Yes,
Like
yeah,
if
because
it's a
there's a lot
standard
of
publishing,
shit.
yeah.
Yeah.
So you know, a weird like tech company that has no understanding of copyright law would probably be not as worried, but publishing, even the editorial side, I think they'd be silly if they didn't sort of plan accordingly and say, oh, we might not want to use AI.
Yeah, I would hope.
Was speaking of that, I'm wondering sort of because you came out of school, you're I hate to keep like saying school, but it's the idea of like it is you are entering the art world at a time that was very dramatic and there was a lot of change. And so your experience with it is going to be much different than my experience when I sort of entered into the professional world. And I'm wondering, the threat of AI sort of happened not necessarily when you got out, but since then. And I'm wondering, what kind of reaction did you have to it? Are you still deeply in fear? Are you?
Me?
Yeah.
For my own like self-preservation, I don't have any fear, and that might be the delusion talking, but I'm kind of like, good luck getting a robot to be as funny as me. Maybe that's my like ridiculous ego that I probably have my mom to blame for, because she just like supported me like maybe too much, and now I think I'm the funniest person alive. But no, because all the things I love so much are so irreplaceable. And I would like, oh, this hand is way too big. Yeah, that's huge. Oh, no, actually that's right on the money. No, I don't have any fear at all. Maybe I'll stand corrected, but I think if you want to have cheap garbage turned out quick, AI is going to be your best friend. But if you're going to like value like quality stuff that, you know, has a soul behind it and is good, there's no world in which, like, I think it's going to be really, really good for people who want Amazon coloring books that are just garbage anyways. Although I'm sure there are some beautiful coloring books out there, but God, the ones I've seen so far are like so heinous and evil. So evil corporations will love it, but I would like to hope that publishing would like kind of be a little less evil than just pure money making scams. So I don't really have a lot of fear.
Yeah, my thought is it's not going to hit our form of publishing in the same way. I think there are instances where it will pop up, but they will get such flack for it that it'll be removed relatively quickly or addressed in a way that it doesn't have much life to live with. Now, sort of thinking about the dreaded word, which I know that there. Yeah, it's a dreaded word, and I use it because people know this word, but I prefer the word voice, but style. I think style.
Yeah.
The dreaded S word.
Oh no! I laughed and I blew my tiny pieces of paper away.
That's that's the danger. I have a hair dryer here that I use sometimes, and I found that like if I'm drying something, I have to angle it towards me because all the paper is up
Oh
top. And
God.
then if you angle it
Yeah.
the wrong way, then it's a mad scramble to find it amongst the scraps on the floor. Um,
Yes.
but with that idea of style, or the idea of sort of your look, because you mentioned the
Mm-hmm.
idea of like good luck trying to sort of nail down that, you know, trying to be something like what you do. I'm wondering, um, is there a way that you define your work, or elements that you think set you apart from the person next to you? I mean, we're both doing collage, and at this point, and clearly
Mm-hmm.
there is some connective sinewy tissue in the fact that you're using some sort of painted textures, and Eric Carl did it, and so does a variety of people.
Mm-hmm.
uh, what is it that you do though right now, if you had to sort of define it, that makes you you?
Well, you actually put it really nicely in that one Instagram story post you did, where you said the sweet spot of my work is where shape and color meet, and it's that like line between the two that makes my work satisfying. And I was like, oh my God, stop, that's so nice, because that's exactly like kind of what I think about it. And I'm not good with my words, so I have a really hard time like putting my thumb on it, but that's what matters the most to me. I think like I can make people laugh and I can draw a silly little face or whatever, but at my core I feel like I'm such a big design brain guy.
Yeah.
I love like Lois Ehlert and abstract artists, and I don't know, stuff that's really simple and smart in terms of color and balance and shape and proportion of colors and how that makes it feel. So I think, and I don't like to say this because I don't want to like be my whole personality, but I'm extremely slightly colorblind, extremely slightly, like red-green colorblind, just to the point where it can start to bother me. Like these are okay because they're so like, I don't know if you can see how dark, like this red and this green is never going to bother me because there's a good value shift in between them. But if they were a similar value, that would bug the crap out of me.
Well,
so I make most of my work in black and white, and then I colorize it from there. But I care a lot about my values, which has so far in publishing kind of made proofing a bit of a nightmare, because I feel like I'm like Bridezilla, but for picture book proofs, because the balance matters so much. So I'm like, no, this whole thing is too dark. Like this needs to go here, and I can't see this. And I know it's not. People with regular eyes are going to be like, well, I can see it, and it's going to be just too annoying for me. So I micromanage that quite a bit, but
so I'm gonna tell you a little secret here. Then at the beginning, you said this. I think you said like horrendous green or something of the sort.
Yeah.
That you've used. You said like that you used it on a lot of the recent projects.
Oh no! Did you think it was blue?
It's teal. On my screen, it's teal. But sure. I mean, teal is one of those ones where people question, like my mother-in-law.
Yeah. I think that's transitory enough that I could get away with that not being embarrassing. But you're right, it is teal. But my brain works in very black and white. It's like, to me, this orange here, this is red. I know it's orange, but my kind of threshold for orange leads way more yellow. So anytime someone compliments the orange in Spider in the Well, I'm like, well, I thought it was red this whole time. But thank you so much for correcting me. And then I have to just lie and say, yeah, it's orange, even though that feels wrong. But it might just be like we might be looking at the exact same color and seeing the exact same color, and my just definition of it is different. I'm really not entirely sure what's going on there. I also have too many. Sorry.
I was gonna say, one of the things that looking at that color, that was one of those ones where like I've always had this debate with folks about like, is it green, is it blue, is it in the middle? And I thought maybe it was a screen issue, but now that you mentioned that idea of the red green being that sort of challenge, that makes a lot of sense. Of like, oh, okay, well that may be purely just there's certain colors that visually stand out more than others. One of the questions I had in particular was the idea of, or going off of this, the theme of, you know, the colorblind. I'm kind of surprised because I feel like colorblind is more of a more of a man's game.
It
Uh,
is.
like
Yes.
aesthetically, it ends up being sort of in the X
Yeah. Yeah,
chromosome.
that's true. With red green especially. And
Yeah.
it's because my dad has extreme red green
Oh,
color blindness that
really?
somehow it
Okay.
was in fact passed down to both me and my sister. And just enough for it to be annoying. Not enough that I don't think if I wore those like fancy color changing glasses, I'm not totally sure what that would do for me. Maybe like looking at trees would be different. Like I might be able to notice more things, but I really doubt it would have like a big impact. However, I think one of those like colorblindness glasses companies did reach out to me and they're like, hey, because I mentioned it in an interview I did. I don't know if it was for NPR or something, but somehow it's somebody's job to crawl the internet and find artists who are slightly colorblind and say, hey, do you want to use our glasses and look at your art and we'll film you and it'll be cool. And I'm like, yeah, it actually sounds good. So I might in fact do that because it might be interesting, but I'm worried like nothing will happen and I'll have to act surprised so that they don't feel bad. Whoa, it's so different. Oh my gosh.
It's one of those ones where like there's an app that I use as a teacher every once in a while with students who are colorblind, so I can see what colors they're seeing.
Oh, cool.
I forget what it, and it has like all the different types of color blindness, but it is a challenge, I know, for a variety of reasons, and especially like thinking about color correcting and trying to get exactly what you want. I imagine must be, yeah, like you said, a difficult. I don't want to say fight, but just a like, how do you explain to someone if you're not 100% sure in what colors you're looking at or what colors they're looking at, and across the board.
Yeah.
Do you think that has influenced your color approach at all?
I didn't think it did until someone asked me if it did. And I was like, oh, that actually might explain kind of a lot of why I do things the way I do.
I mean, obviously,
because
with the
I think
black and white first, there's a method to the madness, but I'm wondering that, like, your color choices in particular.
it might. I bet you it does because I like to have I don't want two colors to touch who are in the same family almost. Like I don't have ever really any greens. Actually, that's not true. Unless the whole palette is kind of analogous. Like in Spider, I have a lot of blues on blues that are like a gray, murky kind of blue for all the backgrounds. But generally, I like to have things touch that are quite opposite. Like I've got purple and orange. I've got a purple crow and an orange pumpkin and a green. Actually, I didn't notice this. I've got a green suit with a red mask, which are complementary colors. So they're as far apart as possible to create like maximum like impact when those two shapes meet. I did not realize I was doing that, and then I just noticed right now that is in fact what has happened. But here I've also got orange on red, so that's different. That's not so crazy.
What about the and sort of so weird, a weird question in my mind at least.
Go for it.
Are you someone who also doesn't like their vegetables or their food to mix on a plate?
No. The thing is, okay, I'm kind of wacky. I used to get made fun of doing this in school as well. I'll mix food in my mouth. I will like get a bite of something and a bite of something and drink my drink and put that in my mouth at once and swallow it. I don't do my shapes and colors like I do my food. Like I need to like experience the whole thing at once. But I completely understand that line of thinking that it's like, yes, the separateness.
Is it a sort of an obsessive thing with color, and where does it stand for? Because everybody has their own approach to sort of color and how they apply it and sort of what it means and all this fun stuff. And like I have my method that I use, and I don't know as I can describe it perfectly for other people, but there is like I don't want to say a rhythm to it, but there is a method in which it makes more sense to me to do it one way over the other. Have you, like, when you pick your colors, and I not speaking on the colorblind factor, but when you pick your colors, how do you decide what colors a book is going to be or a project is going to be? Because obviously there is a color palette you choose for each one of them.
Mm-hmm. Well, I do what they say you should be careful with, which is I make a mood board, which can be really dangerous, especially if you put other picture books in your mood board, because that might kind of destroy your brain and make you freak out. So sometimes, or like you'd start copying by accident, or you're like so afraid you're gonna start copying, you're like, oh god, I can't let this happen. Oh gosh, right now this pink and this green is actually hurting my eyes. It's making it vibrate, so I think I need to do a darker green, darker pink.
Now, you haven't stuck anything down yet, right?
No, I have not. I keep them all loosey goosey and movable until I know I've done the right shapes. But it's really difficult because I will keep breathing or laughing or sneezing in all the shapes. It's a really delicate process. I don't know how I did a whole book like this. I can show you guys some of the spreads though. I do have them out from the bear out there that are in collage, because that could be cool to see, because I didn't use any construction paper for the whole thing. I only used painty sheets.
Yeah.
So it's real messy. Lots of glue all over the place. What did you just ask me? I totally wanted to answer and then I got distracted.
I don't remember, but I was going to say you can also wear a mask when you're working, and that would prevent the sneezing, laughing.
That's actually smart.
Mm-hmm. That's years and years of training that just poured out in the most amazing comment you've ever heard. I do see a question here that I think would be a good question for both you and I to answer for someone in the question is coming from, let's see. I just did anybody that watches Home Improvement, I just did that by accident. Easy Perez, that's the best I'm going to do here, says, hello, what is your tip for to imagine creative spreads that are not literally translation? Oh, I can't even say it. Let me try this again. What is your tip to imagine creative spreads that are not the literal translation or transcription from the original script? So, like, how do you get to something that isn't just the car went up the hill and you draw a car going up the hill?
Yeah, I don't know if I am. I might be a little literal in the things I've done so far, but it might be tricky because I've only illustrated my own manuscript so far. I haven't interpreted someone else's work.
Yeah.
But it kind of depends on what the story needs. I wouldn't ever write the car went up the hill. It's difficult because it depends on the rest of the story. Yeah. But keeping the two, sometimes you can do I keep changing what I'm saying. You can do really fun stuff with what you're saying and what you're showing, and a lot of the time that's really good fodder for there being a joke. So in my recent book, In the Bear Out There, I have scenes where you're seeing the bear and what the other character is saying is, oh good, there's no bear out there. That's really nice. I'm so glad. Because I like lying and having unreliable narrators. Yeah. So maybe whenever I get to a point where like this could be kind of boring, like I have a point in my new book of the farmer waking up, but I didn't write the farmer wakes up. I just showed it. Yeah. So I think a lot of the time when it's just something happening, you should just draw it, unless it's show important. It really depends.
Yeah, show don't tell. Anything. Yeah. I mean, the method that I've always sort of played with is anything that is a thought you might need to consider showing. Anything that's being said you don't need to show. So, and I say a thought because sometimes that's like, they're feeling an emotion or they're questioning something, and you may not be able to get that across in a I can't think of the phrasing that I want right now, but you may not be able to get that across in a image in the same way that you could through some sort of statement from the character. But again, you're right in a sense of like working on someone else's manuscript or from someone else's manuscript has a whole different sort of set of rules to play by, in the sense of it may already be defined for you what's being said, and then it becomes a question of how do you interpret that in a way that's new and interesting for an audience. But
sometimes there is moments where your manuscript is gonna, like, I have a point in Spider where it's like the townspeople took off running back down the hill. I could have just said they went down the hill because the image is really funny. So if I have like a moment of like that where it's like something mundane is happening, I'm gonna put a joke in there. They are in fact being chased by ravenous cats down the hill. If you look at the picture, which it doesn't say. And I also said, oh, they were really excited to start sweeping chimneys and shining shoes and delivering milk. And they look kind of horrified.
Yeah.
And I also, because I didn't want it to feel too samey, and I just had a bunch of like pages and shots where you were just looking right at they were just looking right at the camera, like at the viewer, like, huh? Like standing 3 in a row. I did like a silhouette layering kind of deal where you've got the foreground and the background and the middle ground, and that doesn't really appear anywhere else in the book except for in one other like big traveling page. So I kind of take something mundane as an opportunity to do something cool visually if it's going to be boring. So either do something different for like a cool new, and it's towards the end of the book, so it's like, oh, there they go into the sunset. If I ever used sunset colors, and there's also like a good fodder for a dumb joke to go in there. So that's kind of how I deal with it.
I have a student who did this really great. Like at first, my initial reaction to it was, oh no, they're too repetitious and they're saying the same thing twice.
Right.
They're sort of like the narrator says something and then the character says it again in a speech bubble or things of the sort. And the more that I looked at it, and the more I won't quote the exact thing because I don't want to give away what their project is, but it'd be equivalent of like, and then they went up the hill, and the character then says, and now I go up the hill. And like, if done in the right tone,
yeah, because that's ridiculous.
It becomes that sort of like there's a inside joke in the sense of this person is like doesn't hear the narrator, and or they're not part of it, and so like that it makes me think of like Monty Python or like that kind of like interpretation of comedy wherein it's a little silly or a little bit abstract, and with the knowledge that that's okay to play around with. And it took me a while to realize that like that's a funny gimmick if done effectively.
Yes, gimmick was the word I was trying to think of earlier. I love to have a book with a gimmick, but gimmick has like a bad rep. But I find a gimmick to be so delicious, especially in a picture book. Like it can make the whole thing, and I love that. I love like it's kind of like breaking the third wall, but not for the fourth wall, but not in like a dumb way. It's like you're really playing with the medium of what it can do, and then you're like engaging with your audience through it in a way that's like, you get it. Isn't this is kind of fun that I'm doing this, even though it's like this, because you know what you expect from it, so you break that expectation and suddenly you've made a joke.
It's one of those ones where like you have to know how many times to do it and when to do it, because it doesn't work in every situation, but if done in the right spot, it can totally make a funny joke. And you know, it's the same as you saying that everybody wanted to do their chores and then they look like they're having a horrible time. It's knowing when to hit that beat is such, you know, it does take a little bit of finesse and a little bit of, skill to understand that kind of joke and when it plays and when it hits and when it actually could be a distraction for the audience. One of the things that I do really appreciate about the work that you make is that how do I put this? Like, and I always am very careful about how I say this word, but I think minimalist sort of approach, like it's you don't do like light and shadow and crazy textures and whatnot. You're a shape person, and you know, more power to you, because I love that kind of stuff. But also like the type of humor comes out in a different way when the type of how do I put this in a way that sort of like makes sense or encapsulates what I'm trying to hit at. The way in which a character stands is something that's super realistic, sometimes can give a serious pose or a bit comical pose. But then when you break it down into these like really finite minimalist shapes, to me, it always feels like, even if they're standing in an angry way, it's kind of funny and cutesy and goofy, because they just can't be as angry, or they can't have the same expression just purely based on scale or scope of that shape. There's some meme out there where it's try to be angry and say the word bubbles. And it's very, very hard to do because it's just a funny word to play with. And so it has that same vibe to me in a way of like looking at your work. I immediately think, oh, these characters are silly in their approach or in their posing or in their, their aesthetic. And that's really the humorous part, is the subtlety in all of it.
Yes. I know exactly what you mean, and I completely agree. There's a really I listen to a lot of clips of John talking because I think he's smart, and I try to absorb his brain like an amoeba. But there's like one part where John Klassen was saying, like, when he was designing the characters for the Hat series, they're so simple and minimalist, but they were really funny because it was for originally a birthday card, and it was just these animals standing there looking at you, but they looked so weird. They looked like they didn't know what a birthday was, but they were told to go stand there and look at you, and they just look like kind of weird and confused, even though they're like 3 or 4 shapes max.
Yeah.
Oh no, I laughed. All my shapes are gone. Oh my god, I've ruined my life. It's fine.
Wait, I have a
It's
delay
fine.
here. Hold on, I want to see. I'm watching to see if I can pick up on when you laugh by watching the delay. Oh, I saw him disappear.
It's okay. Most of them are salvageable. They're really I have a lot of paper. I work small on purpose so that it's not a big deal. I don't have to like paint a whole new sheet. Oh my god, that's hilarious though.
Now, do you?
But yeah, you can.
Oh,
yes.
Go ahead.
You can say so much with a pair of dot eyes. That's like the hill I will die on, is like dot eyes are my favorite types of eyes to do because I can get so much out of them. And the more I render stuff, the less confidence I have, even though I used to be this person who was like doing portraiture and being like, yeah, I'm so good. But I was just copying stuff. And with my own things, like the funniest face I can make is usually just going to be a couple of circles. And I don't really know why. But it's kind of what you were saying. I think you said it more eloquently than I did.
Well, I have the same thing. Like I've heard many, many times, like cartoony, bubbly eyes.
Oh God, yeah.
Or like
I get blobby shapes.
Yeah. You're not supposed to do those, and it's like, I guess, but at the same time, like if done the right way, I think if it's used as a like, that's the only way I know how to draw. That's one thing. Or if it's like you're relying on that as the like full expression of what's going on in a scene, that's one thing. But if it's just a like aesthetic choice of like you just like it as a shape, I don't think there's harm in that. And so there are these like weird little like tips that I'm sure you've probably heard both in and out of school that I heard as well. Don't do this because it's not going to sell, or that's not, people won't like that. And at the same time, you do it and people love it. And so, like, who do you trust in those situations?
It's true. I got a lot of feedback in school when I was doing editorial work that my style was too, like, not baby. Maybe she said the word baby. No, she was probably much nicer than that. But it was criticized as looking a little too young for like more sophisticated topics, which they're probably right. But I was kind of cheesed in that moment, and I usually assume everyone's smarter and more right than I am. But at that moment, I was like, no, I think this is good. I'm gonna keep doing this, and things will still happen. And I do still, I get gigs and different stuff. Sometimes I'll use a head shape or proportions that are maybe more adult, depending on the subject matter, because I can make light of stuff and have a silly time. But sometimes something calls for something a little more serious, and I have to tone it down a little more. But I can still be myself, and I find I'm okay to do that. But yeah, thankfully in this line of work, I fit in like a little puzzle piece, because kids really like a dumb little face made out of 3 shapes. You can ride that baby for miles. And sometimes I do the fun thing where you show the whites of the eyes for a moment of extreme surprise, like I do in Spider. And I'll get like art notes from the like copy people, the people who check for mistakes and making sure you're like making sure characters wearing a hat on every page they should be wearing the hat on. and they'd be like, why are the eyes different here? And I'd have to be like, well, here's my reason. Like, it's their job to point that stuff out. And I did in fact forget the boys like buttons or hat like a lot. You draw the same character like 40 times and suddenly he's different by the end of the book. But I did have to, you know, be like, well, that's actually for dramatic effect.
Or you say that real quick to cover your ass.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. Yep. So then I don't have to change it.
As I've always I've joked with students throughout the years that I went to run a class that's called the Art of BS.
Oh, wonderful.
It's exactly, it's all that of this, like, no, that's the way it's supposed to be. And you know, this is, you know, they come back to you and say, well, we don't like this, and you're very quickly like, no, I didn't like it either.
Yeah.
And I'm on board with what you said.
Yes, we're on the same page. I know what's going on. Yeah.
Is there well, shoot, there was a question I was going to ask. What was it? Oh, I don't remember what it was. No, it's fine. It was something silly. It was tangential and not art related.
I like silly tangents, so if it comes back to
okay. I know what I was going to ask you, because you had mentioned early on that you like gaming and games.
Yeah.
What kind of games are we talking?
Well, I am a person of multitudes, so I like games where you can dress up and design your character, and the list that's pretty much all I need from a game.
Okay.
So if you let me pick my little outfit, pick my little name, and give me a world to run around in, I'm pretty much happy. Even if that game is Dark Souls or any of the Souls game, to me that's a girly game, and I will be dressing up and I will be fighting guys and picking out my swords, and I think that's lots of fun. Although I do give up really easily, so I don't know if I've actually ever finished a Dark Souls game, but you nerds out there will know Elden Ring is actually pretty good if you are someone who also likes to give up easily, because you can just run away from the bosses in that game and come back later, and I found that to be really nice, and lots of cool clothes to wear.
I've never been able to get into those games, like the Dark Souls games, because I actually think they're too difficult.
They are hard, and I give up really easy. So I really think you could do it if you try Elden Ring, because it's not as clunky as the original ones. The original Dark Souls came out a million years ago, and they are really unforgiving. But the new one I find to be a lot more accessible. So long as you can get used to getting pummeled and understand that that's part of the game, and don't let it get mad, which I still haven't beaten it because I got mad because I couldn't beat the last boss, and I'm tired of dying. So I haven't gone back to it. So I definitely relate.
I think
it also really helps if you have a boyfriend who can beat bosses for you.
Well, you can lend them to everybody else.
Yeah.
No, I think
Rentable.
I am of the mindset that I don't want to think or try that hard in video games.
Oh, right on. I'm also of that mindset a lot of the time, so I respect that.
Now,
I respect that a lot.
Admittedly, I'm also not the person who wants to read all the like text.
Oh, yes.
Which
The
is probably the
dialogue.
yeah.
That's
It's
okay. Well, yeah, there's a lot of lore to be read, but you can just watch YouTube videos of the lore of those ones. I'm not going to be out here reading every description of everything.
There's a certain amount of that I'm willing to put up with, and then there's a threshold in which I'm just like, oh, come on already.
Let me play.
Go do whatever it was I was aiming to do. Now, do you with gaming and the world of picture books? Obviously, there are again, there's connections in the sense of like storytelling and how things are designed, and people's approaches to sort of jumping into a story.
Mm-hmm.
Do you find that there are other connections that you've been able to make as far as like the this is part of me thinking on the like tax side of things, the business side of things. Are there things that you think you have gained from playing video games that somehow are translatable to, well, that was a great business write-off?
What do you mean?
Well, like in the States here, if you work on if you work in anything that is like story related,
Oh,
and you
I
research, like
understand.
you can go to a movie and actually say like, hey, that was part of me learning, which is true in a
Oh,
lot. Like you're
yes.
looking
Well,
at story
I
structure.
definitely do that for buying picture books, but I guess I fear the Canadian government a little too much to be saying actually playing Animal Crossing was really important because it was research for a book. I could try and because I do also love farming games and Harvest Moon, and my third book takes place on a farm. So if I cheesed it enough, I
Right.
guess I could in fact say that this was research because it kind of is. Like I that's why I like drawing cows. Is that Harvest Moon was like my favorite ever game growing up. It made me in love with cows, and the new one's about a cow. So there you
I'm
go. I guess
I'm
I
not.
could.
Yeah. There's. I mean, I don't want the government to come after you, and maybe it's different
Right.
states, and I also don't want the government here in the states to come after me. But there is a level of sort of research that does go into some of these, like going out and seeing a movie. There are like story development and plot things that you can sort of rely on later or learn from and access in
That's
career
true.
at some point. But
Yeah, that's a
you
good
have
thing
to have,
to keep in mind.
yeah. I don't know how it is, and I mean, I don't quote me on any of it because I don't want you locked up in some
No.
Canadian jail at some
Yeah.
point.
Don't worry. I won't hold you legally
Yeah.
responsible when I get locked up in jail.
But
That's
Mark
okay.
said, and then you're writing my name,
Yeah.
scribing it into the rock wall, like with
Mm-hmm.
murder symbols around it. I don't know what murder symbols.
Yeah. All the murder
Knives
symbols. And then,
and
yeah, knives
knives and
and stuff.
daggers and
I'll get like a tattoo that's like, I will kill Mark. And
like
it's on.
yeah, you're just constantly pull ups all day long. You
Yeah.
told me you were the write offs.
Oh no.
The
Yeah, don't worry.
they didn't tell you about this in school. Yeah,
Oh.
this is. I mean, I teach the professional practice class here, and there are certain things like that that I go over. But there's also, again, like you had mentioned, there's certain things that connect and certain things that don't, and there's a certain point in which yeah,
Oh.
this is. I mean, I teach the professional practice class here, and there are certain things like that that I go over. But there's also, again, like you had mentioned, there's certain things that connect and certain things that don't, and there's a certain point in which it's almost too businessy, and there's a lot of challenges with teaching that kind of information to a bunch
Oh
of
yeah, I believe it.
college.
It changes per person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The what do you do? This as I started to ask this, I realized it's a dumb question. What do you do
That's
besides
okay.
art? What's
Oh,
your go-to
nothing.
like vices? Is it just games, or are there other things that like you
Well,
venture forth with?
I used to know how to read, and that was cool when I did that. But then I got like TikTok on my phone, so I worry that that's what I do when I'm not doing work, which is bad. I think I might have what people like to call ADHD, in which I'll avoid even doing things I like just for a little extra brain stimulation.
Yeah.
So I would really, if I'm not playing games, yeah, I'm on Instagram. I'm on my damn phone looking at that silly application, laughing to myself at all this silly stuff. There's a lot of wonderful things on there. Like I really like home design pages. I like to watch videos of people sanding floors. Like I've been watching Warhammer 40K lore videos, and that's been really fun. There are a lot of good TikToks on Warhammer lore because the new Space Marines game came out, which I don't think I would play because I'm useless in a team environment, I think, and also
Okay.
scared of being yelled at online. And also, and there's you can dress up your little Space Marine, which is kind of a dress up game when you think about it that way. But yeah, I do play a lot of games. Right now, I don't have any games on the go. But
No.
come
What
November, I will
What do you
dig in
mean on the
again.
go? Like meaning, is this one of those kid slang things that I don't get? On the go, meaning like you have nothing that you're playing right now. Obsession.
Yeah, I just have nothing I'm playing right now. Yeah,
Okay, gotcha. Did you
but I will soon.
did you play Baldur's Gate?
I did. I had so much fun playing Baldur's Gate. Oh my god, it was so much fun. I actually want to. The problem is, I want to play it again because I played it before all the new updates came out and like the ending changes.
Oh,
I
didn't know that.
Yeah, I
Okay.
played really early. Yeah, like not like big ending changes, but they added more content to it, so it felt like more satisfying. There's like a little more interactions you can have. Nothing like too major. But the problem is I think I just play the whole game exactly the same way I did the first time, because that's what I always do.
What were you? What was your class?
My class was a cleric, the like sneaky evil cleric, the same one that the other character Shadowheart is. And so Shadowheart was useless to me, and so I ruined her life and made her leave. But I always play.
Was that in the underworld?
It was,
yeah,
yes.
okay.
When I did her quest for her, and she's like, "Why did you do that? You know I wanted to do this cool quest. That's actually my whole personality." And I said, "Oh, that sucks." And then she's like, "I'm leaving, and also I hate you." I was like, "Yeah, that's actually really fair that you would do that. You're correct for that."
I remember I still wasn't fully grasping how that game worked at that point. And then she left, and I was like, what did I do?
Oh, no. Yeah, no, Shadowheart, please. Yeah, that can actually happen a lot in that game, which I like. I like a little bit of unpredictability.
Yeah.
Kind of fun. Yeah. But I always play games if there's an option to be evil. I will always be evil, because I'm so interested in how developers like want you to like have fun as an evil maniac, and if you'll have to do things that make your conscience feel bad. And it's usually pretty fun. But
sorry, that's my dog.
Wow. But your dog also barked as my cat was like running zoomies around the house, and so I like was like, what's happening?
My dog can
sit
from afar.
Yeah.
A whole nother country.
Yes.
Wow. Those games have been like, I need to go back to that one and play it again, but I did the cleric thing right at the beginning, which being able to heal yourself is wonderful.
It's awesome.
And I don't know why anybody would want to play anything without being able to heal themselves, just because that is a huge help.
It is.
But
also hitting good is fun.
Yeah, exactly. Sitting back and not doing stuff is kind of frustrating at the same time.
Yeah.
Now, with are there other, like, art is a easy go-to for all artists, as like, this is what I want to do for the rest of my life. But I'm wondering, there is such a expanse within that like, you mentioned the idea of the painting and doing still lives and things of that sort. I'm wondering, was there ever an interest in another type of material or process, not necessarily like subject wise, like maybe kids books is maybe where it is, but some people are like, oh, I'd really love to do printmaking for, or try this thing. Like for me, ceramic sounds like it'd be fun.
Ooh, yeah.
Like there's some other things where I'm like, if I have the time and patience, these are things that I would try. And I'm wondering, are there any things like that where you're like, if given enough time and the allowance to do it?
Well, patience is a real resource to have. That's like a skill.
Yeah.
So I think that would be probably good for your overall like character growth, is to do something, especially like ceramics, where it's a lot of failing.
Yes.
I think I don't like to do things where I'm bad at it right away. I want to be good right away. What do you mean I have to try? But I have a lot of love for design and product design. Okay. I've done technically 2 beer labels before, and I would love to like dip my toes into more design stuff. Like I love I work part-time every couple weeks at a children's store in Hamilton called Parquet, it is run by the lovely Maria, who's like she's got the greatest taste on the planet, and everything in there is so wonderful and joyful. And I love toys, and I love looking at the toys and looking at the kids' clothes and how cute everything is, and that's so much fun. So I'd love to get into that kind of world some more, and design world, however that looks.
Yeah.
I think that would be so satisfying, because I do a lot of collecting of packaging and cans of stuff that I like, and looking at the tinned fish aisle and looking at all the fun designs there.
With some of the like canned stuff, were those good paying jobs? And you don't need to tell me price, but I'm wondering, because I know a lot of people that do that for like small breweries and things of the sort.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't have a sense on, do they actually pay well? Is it a flat fee? I mean, it should, obviously you don't get royalties. That doesn't make any sense.
No.
Like, is the flat fee decent enough to make the work and getting through all the technical specs worth that time and effort?
Question. I don't actually know. So the two I did work for were in fact small breweries. Yep. One of them was Dunham Brewery in Montreal, who were really cool and wonderful to work with, but I don't remember exactly how much it was, but I don't think it was huge. I don't think they had like a massive budget, but they worked with lots of artists all the time and they're always doing new cans. I wonder how much it was. I think you'd at that kind of thing. Yeah, of the smaller breweries, you're not going to get a lot of leeway, but once you get someone slightly larger, you can probably ring them for some more money. And then the other brewery I worked with was actually Collective Arts here in Hamilton.
Okay.
And that was really peanuts, but they're kind of upfront about that. They're like, listen, we switch out the art like twice a year on like the same can of something, or maybe more than that. And they encourage you not to make new work for what you submit. They ask, because they take like rounds of submissions. They're like, take something old, take something random that you've done before and just like throw it in and see what happens, because like we understand this isn't a ton of money.
Yeah.
And that was pretty nice. Yeah. And they work with artists all over the world, and that was one of my first gigs in 2021. I think I got from a project I did in my 3rd year of illustration that today I find really ugly, and it's pretty ugly. But at the time I was like, yeah, this is fun and cool.
I mean, in a sense, that's nice that they're saying like reuse, and they understand, they're at least somewhat knowledgeable in the sense of like the effort that has to go into or the amount of work and the pay that they can give, and understanding that the compensation means that they may not get something new every single time.
Yeah. Yeah, and it really depends on like the rights as well. Like, I don't think that you were even asking for any rights. I think it was just like, we use it for this one thing. I'm sure there was a contract, which I probably tried to read, but I'm not very good at reading.
No,
but I know, like,
I was
sorry.
gonna say, does Hanneman wait, it's Hanneman, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just all of a sudden it sounded really funny to me, Hanneman.
She's the man.
Does she tackle anything outside of Kidlit for you?
No, she's only literary. But one time I did have this weird project that was half product, half book.
Yeah.
And so she handled that, but even she was like, this is like such a strange situation. Like, I'm not totally sure what's going on.
Okay.
Because it was for like a series of earring, like pop out earrings. So each page of the like book was like thick, like a cardboard board book, and there were thick earrings that you could pop out of the picture and hang on hooks and wear. And I did that in like 2021 or something, like ages and ages ago.
I never would have.
So she helped with that.
Okay.
Yeah, it was like,
sort of.
like a funny little thing. It was strange and interesting, but I learned a lot. But I don't know if I love the work I made for it now, because I'm a totally different person now.
Well,
it was fun, but
my assumption was Writer's House, and I thought I had heard that Writer's House is basically, it's just literary, and that's sort of it. And so I wasn't 100% sure, but sometimes you have a rare agent that will tackle those kinds of things, depending on sort of the agency and their rules and regulations.
I wonder if I asked if that could be a thing, but I don't know. I don't like to bother her too much. She's so busy. But I'm sure, like, depending, you could probably find someone who's into both things, or like just an all-around illustrator agent kind of person. But that can be really tricky. That's like difficult waters when you're working with full rights buyout. You can get a little more money, but they might reproduce your image on so many things and you might never see another cent.
Yep.
Or they'll take your image and slap it on a t-shirt. You'll never see anything from that. Or they'll change your artwork. Like, with publishing, you have, I would hope, a little more security of what's industry standard. But some random dude you sell your art to, who knows what he's going to do with it. So probably having an agent for regular illustration work, I can definitely see why people do it. But I just kind of wing it and hope that nothing's too high stakes, and hope that the contract I can actually read, or provide your own contract. But there's definitely more money in selling the full rights to stuff, which I think a lot of design work probably is.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why I did that in particular is you had mentioned the idea of like contracts and reading through that, and sometimes that is something that people are okay with, and sometimes that is they're not okay with, and your agent being specifically in that sort of kidlit or the publishing realm,
Mm-hmm.
knowing all the ins and outs of how you're dealing with contracts for a beer label may not be in their standard wheelhouse or
Yeah,
your
maybe not.
wheelhouse way.
Yeah.
What are there artists in particular that you're sort of looking at nowadays, and you're going like, oh, this person's doing something really interesting?
Oh, probably, but I didn't write any of them down, and now I'm gonna have to think. Oh, who's doing really cool stuff? Oh man, I'd have to like
Good.
dig into my like Instagram saves.
Yeah.
It's like asking me what my favorite food is or my favorite movie. Like my mind's gonna go completely blank, and I'm not gonna be able to tell you anything. But there are a lot of artists who have been. Oh my gosh, my cat is going crazy. What is your deal? Who gave you catnip? There are a lot of artists who kind of straddle design and book world that are doing really cool stuff that I'm into.
How about
But
this question? Because
do I know
it's
who they
probably easier for you.
Okay.
In a sense. Who are your
Maybe.
contemporaries that you potentially graduated with that you think deserve a second look, or people to go hunt them down on the Instagram?
Ooh, shout outs. Yeah. I was really lucky. My graduating year at Sheridan was, this glue stick is not open, was full of like creative powerhouses. And I don't know if there was something in the water that year or what, or we just like fueled each other enough to like make cool stuff. But we really hyped each other up. I will do my best to remember how their names are said, because not because I don't love them, but because I'm a bit of a moron. But I have a couple friends who are in picture books right now who I graduated with. Hang on. No, these are my good dear friends whose names I know. Give me one sec. Last names are where I struggle. Okay.
Yeah, you can't just say their first name because no one will understand.
No one will know. Okay. So Janie Howe. Yes. Okay. I knew it was Howe. I knew it was, but I struggled just in case I was wrong, because I always assume I'm going to be wrong. Okay. Janie Howe has a book out that just came out called Mad at Dad. And I got to watch her read it for the very first time at the, what do you call it? The Telling Tales Festival in Hamilton.
Okay.
Or in Burlington, technically, but around the area. And it was so cool. And she does so many cool, like, lift the flap effects. And it's full of crazy lettering that is so much fun. And her work was always really good in school, too. So, like, obviously, like, she would make a killer picture book. It makes sense. So check that one out. And then also Matthias Ball. His name is Ball. I know it is. It sure is. I'm a genius. He makes incredible pieces. I don't know how you describe them. Basically, in every way that my shapes are like so solid, his shapes are so fluid that his compositions kind of feel like the wind blowing through a page. That sounds kind of cheesy, but that is how I feel about it. Like everything he does has like so much movement in it, where mine are always like, here is 3 guys and they're standing and they're looking at you, which is what I like to do. But they've got a lot of skill for flow. Those are 2 off the top of my head because I know they're in picture books currently.
Are you someone who, like, I run into this battle all the time, and I imagine that probably you may fall into the same boat of, there are times where I really love a perspectiveless image.
Oh yeah.
Like a flat, like, just
yeah.
There's a horizon line and there's characters and there's no like cool like camera angle. It's just straight on. I mean, in a way, that's what I'm doing now. Is I have a bit of a like, it's not the most exciting perspective in the world.
Yeah.
At the same time, there's something really nice about the like simplification of all of that.
It can be really satisfying, and in a way, a lot of the times, I think that's actually smarter. I feel smarter solving a visual problem while keeping it flat and knowing what's going on without using accurate perspective. Yeah. Also, doing real perspective is really hard, and I'm lazy. And so a personal apology to everyone I've ever like had drawing classes with at Sheridan who took the time to teach me how to draw things in perspective, because I never ever do it now.
Do you? Oh, that's a good question. There is so there's stuff that you learned at school that is obviously invaluable. There's stuff that like you should never ever forget, and then there's stuff
Yeah.
like you said that like, yeah, you could have skipped that day. And I'm wondering, can you name, not the teachers, but can you name some of the things that you think like, oh, I'm so glad that I learned this little snippet, and then
Good stuff.
yeah, and then the opposite of that, like, oh man, I wasted a lot of time on this.
Probably. Well, I will name names because I had a really good teacher for the good stuff
Okay.
anyway.
Yeah.
I had an incredible teacher called Pete Ryan, who's kind of like, maybe you could say the Dennis the Menace of editorial illustration. He's a little maniac. That's actually what his bio says. I'm not smart enough to make that up. But he was our
in his back pocket.
Yeah. He was our, what do you call it? Just like general illustration teacher or just editorial? I don't exactly remember what the names of the classes were. They were kind of arbitrary anyway.
Yeah.
And he was amazing. Every time I drew something, he could tell right away if I didn't like drawing it. He'd say, "Oh, Jess, you weren't having fun drawing this. You actually looked like you hated your life drawing this. You should make it better in a way that you actually enjoy." And I'm like, "Oh, shoot, you're so right." And he'd be right every time. And so that's how I got more confident drawing backgrounds as well, because like every little weirdo, I'm like, I like drawing the funny little characters and I don't want to draw the background. I'll just draw like, a hill and a tree or whatever and say that's the background. Which served me basically zero. Like, you need to like have fun with the rest of it, otherwise it sabotages the whole thing if parts of it are like super boring. I still sometimes I'll sneak in something boring. I'm like, whatever, good enough. But then
So
later
he wasn't really calling you out on BS, but more so calling you out on your enthusiasm for the work.
Yeah, like my yeah, it's because I was like drawing BS stuff. He's like, you didn't put effort into this like you did at this part, and I can tell. And so I always say to myself, like, well, did I have fun drawing this lamp in the background, or could I make it way better?
Yeah.
As well as exaggerating the things I draw. There was one project where I had to draw chicken for something, and he made me redraw that chicken on I think it was like right on the big whiteboard at the front of the class. Not like as a shame thing, it was while everyone was doing other stuff, but it was helpful to draw it big for some reason. And he said, draw the chicken over and over until you get so freaking insane looking that it's too crazy, and then tone it down a little bit. I was like, okay, and I just like made him look wackier and wackier and wackier until it was like I can't even tell what I'm looking at, and that was a really good exercise. So that was probably some of the best.
I had a student today who I don't think is watching, but if they are, then this is praise for them, honestly. Wherein my question to them before we got it, like, all these people said these wonderful things about their work, and they're like, oh, I really love what you did with this thumbnail, and I think this is amazing, and blah, 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 all that fun stuff. And then my initial reaction was like, are you ready for a crit? And like, can you take a crit? Because there's some students that like really are not receptive to a harsh crit.
Oh yeah, that can ruin their whole day.
Yeah,
that can ruin their whole perceptive of, oh my God, I'm worthless. Yeah. Or they'll be like, you're wrong.
Yeah. And so the student, I asked that question of like, are you okay with a crit? And they said, yeah. And so I said, the thing that had been in my head was just, the work is boring. Like it's not because I think that they're a bad artist, but more so that I think they're a good artist, and what they were doing wasn't challenging themselves in a way that I have seen before. And of course they were very receptive, and they're like, that's great. That's what I need to hear. And it's always, it's an interesting type of person who is there to to really think and push themselves. And then you have the opposite, which is not necessarily that the person's wrong with mentality, but like not everybody's up for that. Like I want to say like tactful, but also challenging assessment. And it sounds to me like teachers that you had saying like, you know, it looks like you didn't really enjoy this, or not just saying, hey, this didn't look like it was fun, but are actually saying your lack of enthusiasm has made a piece that is less than enthusiastic for the rest of us to look at.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, I know you can do better because I've seen you have fun, and I know you can do it. So it's like it's that kind of like encouragement, and also, you know, hey, just so you know, this kind of sucks a little, and it's a skill to be able to be receptive to that.
How are you with getting notes from editors and whatnot? Like, because obviously, like school, were you one of the people that liked a tough crit?
That liked a tough crit? Yeah, I think so. Will it make me cry? Not always, but there have been times where I'm like, just, I know right away that I've put not too much effort into something. And I will look a little bit teary.
Yeah.
But I will be like, it's because I know you're right. So I feel like a little ashamed, like, dang, like you're so right. Or like just being seen like that can sometimes make you a little tearful, because you're like, oh, you're maintaining so much eye contact with me and like talking right to me and like seeing me. I don't know. That can be scary.
You saw through my ruse.
My clever ruse. Yeah. But so far for picture book stuff, it's just been like a fun collaboration. I don't know if there's been anything where I really needed to kill an idea. Probably a little bit, but I again am someone who usually assumes I'm wrong, especially because I'm new to it. So I don't think I've ever like had to fight for any decisions. I don't think. At least nothing too big anyway.
Yeah.
So that's nice. But yeah, as far as like bad advice goes, probably the thing of like, I don't actually know if anyone ever said this at school, or if this was just the internet discourse at the time, where it's like, make sure you have a recognizable style. Don't change it too much, or else you won't be like a marketable product or whatever. Yeah. And I just let my style, I didn't like think too hard about crafting a style. I just let the things I was into at the time influence it really naturally. And so it kind of like bloomed into its little weird little thing. And I kept trying new stuff, and people would say, oh yeah, that looks like you. Because the you comes out no matter what, so long as you're not like trying to rip someone off too much.
Yeah, no, I think that I sentiment, like I used to have that statement of like, you gotta make everything look the same, and you know, you gotta define yourself and whatnot. I think that was just maybe a reflection on the history of teaching illustration throughout the years, that it's become you know, or people understand now that it's not so much about the style, and it's more about sort of what you say or what the content is.
Yeah, because that's your art voice or whatever. It's not so like superficial that you need to draw eyeballs in the same way, or else people won't know who you are. It's just like staying authentic.
Yes,
like consciously.
You as a person needs to come through, not necessarily that the image needs to stay the same. In fact, I would venture to say that the image staying the same is problematic.
Yeah, it's probably not going to serve you too good. Yeah, because different things call for different approaches all the time. Like, I think Sean Harris.
Uh-oh. I hear. We lost your audio. Hold on one second. Let's see if we can figure out what's going on here.
Am I back?
Oh, yeah, you're back.
I had a low battery warning. It's exactly like you said. Make sure you plug your phone in. And I did. And for some reason, I unplugged it at some point. Let me plug it back in. Here we go.
But you were saying Sean Harris, which I think I know exactly where you're going, in the sense of like, he is someone who every book is different.
Yeah.
Or a majority of them are different, and that's sort of his thing now. And there's almost an expectation, I would think, by the art directors that like, hey, you're going to do something different with this, because we don't want the same book that you did last time.
Yeah, I would think so. Unless sometimes I'll get like a gig offer where they're like, hey, we really like this thing you did 3 years ago. You want to whip one of those up? And I'm
Oh,
like, no, I don't. That's old me. I have to get this. I have to scrub the internet of things I don't want to do. Because that's what they say about your portfolio too. Don't put shit on there you never want to do. Otherwise, it'll come up and someone will ask for it, and you'll have to say, "Oh, yeah, sure, I'll do that."
I had
'Cause that's like
a
Murphy's Law.
gig. I'm gonna guess probably about if I have to think, probably about 10 years after I graduated.
Oh
I had a
God.
gig that came out of nowhere, and it was a fine gig. It wasn't like a huge paying gig or anything of the sort. But what was surprising about it was they had found my first postcard that I had sent 10 years earlier,
Oh my God.
and the postcard was to a old address, a phone number I didn't have anymore. I had
What?
no website at the time because that wasn't I mean, it was a thing, but it wasn't a thing that I had. So I don't know how they found me. And then
That's
said like,
crazy.
"Hey, we like your stuff, blah blah blah." And at the time, I was still at the point where I was saying like, "Well, how did you find me?" kind of situation. And I asked them that, and then they pointed out the card, and I'm like, "So, like, again, how did you find me?" Because that, like, you had to do some internet sleuthing to come across, to find
For
me out
real.
in the real world, because it was so hidden at the time. I mean, it was the first postcard, uh, and I'm surprised that people even still had it. And there was a
Yeah.
negotiation that happened because I was fine doing the job, but I wasn't going to do the exact style that I did 10 years
No.
earlier, because that just I don't want something that looked uh, too antiquated, or I had a different approach, and so I had to like finesse it with them and say like, okay, well, I'm gonna find a way to blend in between, and it was fine. I did the work. It's not something that's on my portfolio of any sort,
No.
but it paid some bills, and that was enough.
Yep. Oh yeah, I've definitely done some. I wouldn't actually ever want to do this again, but you are offering me money, so I will surely be doing the thing. Yes, just no one needs to know about it,
Yep,
and that's
yep.
fine. And there's no shame in that.
Nope.
That's
I mean,
fine.
the one battle I would say as sort of starting artists that they have to fight is that idea of like, sometimes you have to pay bills,
It's
and
true.
there's the sentiment of, you don't want to take a job that's too low because it sets a precedence for like
Yep.
that company, but you also have to understand there's certain companies that can't pay a huge fortune, and you don't want exposure is the ugh.
Ugh.
But I will add in there are certain times where you do need to build a resume as
Yes.
showing that you have proof of work,
Yeah,
and
that is
sometimes that
helpful to
means,
have.
yeah, sometimes that means you take jobs that are not the best jobs out there, but are enough to get you by.
There's
Uh,
definitely a strategy to that for sure. Or like if it's a thing you really want to make and someone's offering you a chance to do it and you're like, "Oh, you have no money." So it's either a passion job of something you're really something you're passionate about, or it's a kind of thing you want to make more of, so it's a good starting point maybe, or like a point to build relationships. There are definitely lots of factors that go into taking low paying things. Yeah.
yes,
But then
yes.
it's like, oh, you're souring the market for everyone else, which like, oh yeah, like that is kind of like tricky. Like, is this person going to be like, oh good, I can get away with this now?
I think most art directors know, like, most of the time, I think if you're going to take that kind of low pay,
Yeah.
it's not because you're like, most art directors know they can't pay enough, and there's probably some other reason to make it viable. Like I was saying to students the other day, like, there are jobs I've done in the past where I did not take or I did not get paid enough, but I also was doing work for a nonprofit.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
like the cause is maybe enough that makes it worth me taking that cut of sorts.
Yeah.
I see real quick. My wife says, "Is Jess working with painted paper or store bought colored paper?" And I want to go back because she missed. She was out looking at the was it Aurora
Oh
Borealis or
yeah. Yeah, yeah,
something that
yeah,
happened
yeah.
tonight, and so
That
she
is
missed the
happening.
materials. So Lauren, it
Nice.
is Amsterdam brand acrylics,
Yeah.
uh, painted on, what was the paper that you used for the?
It's not quite tracing paper. It's translucent bond paper, which is quite a staple in art school. They give you a pad of that to start. And I still got some.
And then it's colored paper.
Yep, construction paper, like really cheap dollar store probably.
And then Elmer's, or was it
What
Elmer's?
is this? This is Everyday Essentials glue.
Ooh.
I think I probably got this at like a Shoppers Drug Mart or some sort of situation like years ago.
Dollar
store glue. Yeah.
Okay.
I thought I would use the Elmer's, but I actually haven't used it once. I've just been using the glue stick for convenience. So
and
there you go.
The stick, and then what else was there? Was there?
That's it. I think that's it. Oh, I also used the Sharpie one time to color in the swirl of the candy.
What are you cutting with?
Oh, these are actually fabric scissors. They're really fancy. I should not be using them for this. But I have an X-Acto knife, and I think I used it once on something, but I don't remember what.
Okay. The like I think these are meant for fabric too. These Fisker.
Oh, they look fancy. Yeah, those look nice.
These are, if you like cutting paper, I will suggest these, because you had mentioned like wear and tear and all that kind of stuff. I think early on, maybe you did, or maybe I'm just making this up.
Maybe it's something you meant to mention.
Yeah, the idea that I'm just using my palm for the most part to snip.
That's not nice.
Versus my fingers. So
yeah, because this gets real tiring after a while. I did, certainly while making the Bear book, I have a lot of tiny shapes in that one. I definitely did experience hand pain. That is a very real thing.
That is, and one of the things that I think it's funny that's come up in sort of the professional practice side of things that I teach is actually starting to talk about sort of the long-term health challenges.
That is something to talk about early.
Yeah. Yes. And I'm wondering, like, even at your sort of stage of career, have you started to see stuff like, you know, bad back or?
Well, thankfully, I think about this all the time, and it's so funny. My very good best friend. Well, I won't say best friend because that's not fair, because I have lots of best friends, and I think it's okay to have more than one. But my very good bestie, Leanne Cho, suffers a lot of hand pain and wrist pain.
Yeah.
Because she does really complicated, huge watercolor and acrylic spreads that kind of fully crippled. Yeah, it'll catch up with you real quick when you need to actually schedule recovery time and taking breaks because you can't move your body anymore. And her mom looked at my work the one time and she said, why don't you draw like this? Like, why do you put yourself through so much trouble when you can just like draw like 3 guys made out of 4 shapes and save yourself time and suffering? And she's like, you know what? So true. You're right. So I have kind of MacGyvered my way into saving myself a lot of time and pain. However, that doesn't stop me from sitting like a fool.
Yep.
I definitely have bad back posture, even though I'm not sat at my desk for more than however many hours, probably less than 4 hours a day, because I'm lazy. But it will definitely catch up with me in a while. And I sit cross-legged a lot, which I'm sure is bad for my circulation or something.
That does not sound comfy.
No, it is if you're a little pretzel person, but it is, the older I get, which isn't very old at all, it's beginning to feel worse. So I'm sure like around the age of almost 30 is a good time to start making choices that aren't the choices a teen with no self-preservation would make.
Yeah. I have had, like, obviously I've had back problems because I think that all illustrators have back problems at some point.
Yeah.
Because of the hunching over. It's a given. You are going to have back problems. But then the ones that I had 2 frozen shoulders.
Whoa! Yikes!
Have been related to art making. I know that like hand and like I haven't had the carpal tunnel that a lot of people talk about, but I definitely have had weird cramps while working. And it's primarily like it's small, tiny little cuts or getting in there with my 20-0 brush, trying to make the tiniest little mark on a page, and doing that over and over and over again. That sort of hit you. So in other words, everybody that's listening, take care of yourself.
Yes.
Don't be dumb. Like some of
Don't be dumb. I had teachers from my school who have had back surgery from bad practices, and that they warned us too. They're like, hey, don't mess around because messing with your back is not something you want to do. That is like a really unfun thing to deal with.
Mm-hmm. It's I mean, obviously people are going to work the way they're going to work, and there's probably no changing that in some sense.
Yeah.
But I think the more you can establish that early on, the better. So if there's anybody out there listening that is a emerging artist, get up and stretch.
Yeah, move your body.
Yep.
Get up. Standing up is actually really important, which I didn't think was a real thing, but in fact, sitting for 8 hours will probably actually kill you. So
You get blood clots.
Yep. Sure will.
The other day, I guess just yesterday, I was working in my studio, and even though I didn't need to go fill up my water, I went to fill up my water just because it was like I can only sit so long, and I think that's gotten worse as time has gone on. For anybody that cares, this is medical hour of Gavin Doodle.
Yeah, this is where we scare you into thinking of your mortality.
Yeah. This is the time where we talk about horrible, horrific ailments.
Yeah.
The
horrors.
So tell me, what are you a like you said games, but are you a movie TV person?
Uh-huh. I've always been a movie TV person because I was raised in a movie TV household. My mom is a big, I don't want to say a film fan. That sucks. She loves movies.
Why does that suck to say?
I don't know, because she's not a film fan in the way of like, yes, film.
Okay.
She likes a cinephile. No, we just we had a lot of fun watching lots of movies. She was from a time where she would always say, like in the 70s, if you catch something on TV, you better watch it then, because guess what, you'll never see it again, because that's how TV works, and so you better catch it. And her mom would be like, my grandma would be like, well, time to go, Bev, and she'd be like, no, I'll never know what happens, this is gonna haunt me for the rest of my life. So we had lots of fun watching all kinds of movies. We love any of the Muppet live action movies. We love things like The Mummy, the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, goofy family fun. We had a lot of fun.
The Mummy, Brendan Fraser,
or
Mummy
Brendan Fraser,
or the Mummy, the original.
Yeah.
Okay, Brendan Fraser.
Yeah, precisely. But she's a big horror fan, so we watched a lot of scary movies early. Yeah. She loves a good ghost story, or anything with a big old haunted house is her jam. So
do you like the Haunting of Hill House and those shows?
Oh my gosh, yeah, big time. She loved Haunting of Hill House.
What was the movie that my wife and I just saw that was done by the same, or no,
Mike Flanagan?
No, yeah, what was it that we watched that was a vampire movie?
Oh, he did a TV show that was vampires. That was Midnight Mass. That was fabulous.
There's that. Maybe it's not my thing. It was shoot. Lauren, are you listening upstairs?
What am I thinking of?
She's very good at like penning the stuff down. She may be totally asleep right now. There was a movie about these people who committed this like kidnapping.
Oh, okay. Oh, was it it's not a recent movie. It's an older one by the same guy.
Oh, she's listening. What's the name of that movie with the kidnapping that was a horror comedy? Let's see how long it takes her to respond.
Oh yeah.
It's about they kidnapped this little girl. She's more than just a little girl.
Oh! It was when she's a ballerina.
Yeah.
God.
Yes.
Gosh, what was that one called again? It was her name. It was like not Annabelle, but I feel like it was something like that. And it was like a scary kid's name. No, maybe. I don't know. I also watched that one though. I know exactly the movie you're thinking of.
Oh, she said Abigail.
Abigail. That's why I thought Annabelle. Oh, I'm so smart.
That's
yeah, that was really something.
It was a fun, interesting sort of twist on or what from what I was expecting. Are you someone who likes scary movies, and do you just play along?
I almost exclusively watch scary movies, and the scarier it is, the better, which is really funny in comparison of me making books for children for a living. It's
Mm-hmm.
like I'll like watch Hereditary as like my comfort movie just to like have on. 'Cause it's so much fun. I don't know. I feel like I got into it young enough where I could take myself out of being actually like so scared that I'm not going to sleep then.
Okay,
Which is
so
good.
help me out. My son, we're gonna have a Halloween party for my son.
Ooh.
He is 11.
Yeah.
And so like he has seen some things like Ghostbusters, you know, mild scary moments in them.
Yeah.
His Halloween party, we normally throw a Halloween party every year, and this Halloween, to avoid having to do a huge festivity, we were saying maybe we throw a Halloween party where we have on some scary movies and we get some scary themed foods, and
I love
a
that.
bunch of 11-year-old boys basically sitting around watching something. But it's been a long time since I was of the age, and the movies that were appropriate or that were that age for me are now, I don't even want it, 40 years old.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think, are there other ones now that you can sort of like pinpoint and go like, okay, this is a good movie for that sort of like age range?
I wish I knew. I would love to. I'm gonna do some digging for you and figure it out because I'm off the top of my head. All I can think of is ones I liked when I was younger, but those might also be too old. I really liked Sleepy Hollow, the Johnny Depp one. That one was killer for Halloweeny time because there are actually some moments. Actually, reflecting, there was probably some scarier moments in that, like the part where Christopher Walken makes out with uh, that one hot lady. What's her name? Whatever. And and like he's got like vampire-y like shark teeth, and then like blood goes everywhere. So that's like a little frightening. But also the rest of the movie is like charming in a goofy way where it's not too scary. But I don't know if that's like even younger leaning. Like I'm trying to think of when I was 11.
Yeah, I mean
I think I was just like watching the Saw movies and I shouldn't have been or something.
which feature a Mark Hoffman, and
Hey.
at some point he becomes like a known or he becomes the Saw dude or like the bad guy. I've never seen it. I've never seen him, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Wait.
Right.
Oh, my wife's saying she can't watch ones that are too scary. I'm not a big jump scare person.
No, me
so
neither. It feels kind of cheap a lot of the time.
I don't generally watch a lot of scary movies, partially just because I don't like the thrill of it. For me, like I'd much rather watch a tense movie than a scary movie. But one of the ones that I was thinking, like back in my day, there was one that was called Monster Squad.
Monster Squad. I haven't heard of it.
From the 80s, and there's like a little girl becomes friends with what's his name? Frankenstein's monster.
Yeah.
And like, they become pals, and it's sort of like a Goonies. Do you know the movie Goonies?
Yes. I love the Goonies. Oh my gosh! And I just thought of 2 more movies that I can recommend you.
I was gonna say it's in that same vein, though. That Monster Squad, sort of like a group of kids who have to save things and have to become friends with the scary monsters instead of just being afraid of them. Okay, what are the ones you got to recommend?
Now I have to remember what they are because my brain's made of goo.
I just interrupted or finished.
That's okay. We really liked The Haunted Mansion, but now I'm wondering if that's too young as well. The one with Eddie Murphy?
It may be okay. My son was really scared about Curious George at one point.
Oh,
Not
so
because he was scared, but he was worried.
Oh,
like when Curious George was in a predicament, he'd be like, "Oh," and
he's
so it took a long time. Yeah.
Well, in that case, I think The Haunted Mansion is very not scary. It's mostly comedy.
Okay.
And so for a good Halloween vibe, I would lean more comedy with spooky elements because then no one's really going to get scared, but they will sprinkle in moments of tension, but they'll never like leave you feeling scared at the end. Like there'll be like something cute towards the end. I really did truly forget the other one I was going to say. That's okay. It'll come back. Like maybe like Beetlejuice. Like that's like a funny vibe. Even like the old one. Why not? Like
Yeah, Beetlejuice
It's 80s, but now it's a period
good.
piece. It's fine.
Beetlejuice would probably be a good one because then we could go see the new one too.
Exactly, and that could be fun.
Did you see Late Night with the Devil?
I did. It
Oh.
was different and it was interesting. I feel like I wanted more of it in a way. I kind of felt like maybe my hand was held in terms of discovering the stuff that was going on. I don't know. But I did think it was fun.
That one, again, that's one of those like ones I like because of the tension. Like you
Yeah.
knew it was coming and you just didn't know when or how. But
yeah, but it wasn't
if you know,
gore.
yeah, if you know too much, yeah, it's blood and guts don't get me anymore.
Nah.
And part of that is teaching. Like I've seen enough students try to do blood and guts in their things and go like, this is scary, and I'm like, it's not scary to me. I make the joke to people that like, what's scary to me is missing a mortgage payment.
Oh yeah.
Or the roof has to be redone and I don't have the finances for it. That's
sure.
scary.
That's horror.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
if you want a movie with the most tension you've ever seen in your life, and the tension rises to a 10 and stays that way, and it's really horrible. Actually, I don't know if people will like this because there's also like horrible gore in it at the very end as well. But it is like a masterclass in tension, and it's called Mother with Jennifer Lawrence, and it's just like the never-ending nightmare, like that is forever and forever, and it's almost feels like one continuous shot in a way. I don't think it is. I think it's a few, but it's got that sort of starting really regular and then devolving and devolving further, and no one's listening to her and she's yelling and no one cares, and it's just pure tension. And yeah, it's really just like the living nightmare. So if you want to just like ruin your whole night, that's a really good
I'm game for it. The only thing I can't do with those kind of movies is if there's like a kid or an animal.
Okay, never mind. Don't watch that one. Actually.
I mean, that's when you say mother, it immediately makes me go,
oh
okay.
Yeah, and you know what? A lot of parents will be on the same page with you there, and I think that is so very normal and good. Actually, that seems like a normal, regular human.
We tried to watch The Babadook when our son was relatively young.
Yes,
and I think
that would
the
be
first
horrible.
5 minutes there was like reference to a kid, and we're like, we're out. we can't deal with it.
Yeah,
I can deal with like war movies where blood and guts are being sprayed everywhere, but a little kid being hurt in any way. Like there's the movie The Room.
Yes.
Or Panic.
Yeah, that one's hard to watch, and I'm not a parent at all, and that's
what's her name? Brie
Larson.
Brie Larson. That one. Yeah. It's like, to me that sounds like the most horrific movie because of like the parent won't let that happen. Okay, now you're gluing. How sticky are your fingers?
Oh, so sticky. I'm getting little bits of glue on everything. I can probably pick this up and it'll stick to it. Yeah, I sure can. They're real sticky. I feel like I finished it a while ago, but I've been adding bits, and I'm liking it more than I thought I would. I thought I would add too much because I was just trying to fill it out, but I think it's fun. Although I have 2 pieces of grass on either side, and that might be driving me crazy. That might be too much grass.
I'm at a point where I'm like, I haven't really figured out what I'm doing with this beyond some weird looking bats.
Let me see. Oh, I love them though. I love that the background of the cave is yellow. That is so fun.
The whole piece is upside, or it's going to be upside down, of course. But for me, it makes more sense to do it set up as
it does. Yeah.
But I'm trying to figure out because they don't have hands. Like I'm gonna do stripes on them, like shirts that are striped and things of the sort. But so they kind of have a weird like Abbott and Costello sort of vibe to them. But I don't know what to do with them.
Yeah.
And that's maybe a bigger challenge than I want to admit. But they don't have hands, so I can't like physically make them do things.
Yeah, they're just hanging out. They're just chilling. It's kind of like what's it, American Gothic of figure and smaller figure staring at you.
There's maybe a way to.
Can we give one of them a pitchfork somehow?
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Like, is there a way to do some silly like reference to that for those that are in the know? Most of the time, I try to put like a big narrative into it. Well, not a big narrative, but some narrative twist. Yeah. And so, like now, that's a challenge for me with this. Is like, how can I put some sort of little narrative?
What's the story? What are they doing? That's what I've noticed with a lot of the kind of exercises you've done when you do these. Is it's never like here's just a thing. It's like here's like a mini story, like a moment that's occurring, and that's really fun.
It is, except for there's like there's times where I would like to just draw characters, but I also
Yeah.
know that, like, if I want them to be anything that could be portfolio ready, they need
Mm-hmm.
to have something more than just a character to
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
hold attention.
Yeah. It can't be
So, like,
just cute.
yeah, I mean, stuff can just be cute and like, but it's. I
Yeah.
feel like I wouldn't be challenging myself enough.
Yeah. If
What?
it wouldn't be satisfying, then that's like a good
Yeah,
indicator that you're like,
yeah.
let's try something else. Like this is pretty satisfying to me, and it's just like things. Like this could be like decorations at a store for like you can turn this into a garland for Halloween decorations. There's
Yeah.
basically no story here at all. I just wanted
But
vibes, and vibes have been achieved.
it looks a lot like a greeting card or some sort of like, yeah, like Halloween print.
Yeah,
That, I mean, that's the other thing too, though, is if you get too much story, then like,
that's
does it
true.
have other applications?
Yeah,
And that's the
that's true.
like
It's
there
like, what is even the context here? Just
there
unknowable
there's
context.
stuff that I've done for gallery shows, which is like I make the piece and then I'm like, yeah, it's fine, but who's actually going to hang this on the wall at some
Yeah,
point?
that's tricky.
And
People keep telling me to make prints of spreads from Spider, and I
Mhm.
have a really hard time picking which ones would like would you buy just two facing pages that are together on a spread and hang it on your wall? Like is that something people do, or should it just
Well,
be one page?
so here's the thing is like I think the spread with like the two holes,
Yeah.
the one looking well and the spider looking up and whatnot would make a great image for a print. And I would
Yes.
put that up on a wall,
Okay.
but the challenge that I always have in my head is I would put that up in my
Yeah,
studio. And
exactly, as art inspo.
yeah, and so like as an artist, to me that is something that could easily go up in a space. But I would not see like, my
No, you're not
mother.
going to put that behind your
Yeah.
couch. You're not going to buy it from IKEA and say, "Ooh, art."
And so there's a specific place and location, and this is the battle I have, and I'm not saying your books in general, but
Yeah.
mine too. Of like once you do something like that, you've limited your audience to a point where
Yeah.
it's like, is it worth the effort to go and make the prints? And then I hear all these students now, like someone makes a cool looking image, and everybody just goes, "Oh, I'd buy a print of
Yeah.
that." And it's like, okay, yeah, but would you?
Yeah. It's different between the thinking of I would buy a print of that maybe, or this is a print. And like that's what it was intended
Yeah.
to be. Those could be, or like a poster. So then I'm like, should I make fan art of my own book in a way that feels more like I don't know, in line with that kind of this is a piece of art vibe, not this is a portion of a story, like a moment that's obscure that other people won't
Like,
get.
I have looking up to the left right now. I have a Sean Harris from the Flower book. I can't think of
Yeah.
shoot, I really can't think of the name of that book.
Have you seen a
Yes.
flower? Have you ever seen a
Yeah.
flower? Yeah.
Have you seen a flower?
Yeah.
It's sitting up on my. I have it a piece that came with like when you pre-ordered, you get this lovely little image,
Oh,
and
cute.
it's sitting up in my studio to the left here, and so like that's nice and framed up, and I have artwork from other folks that are framed that still need to be hung up around my studio.
Yeah.
And like to me that makes total sense. But yeah, it's the hanging above my sofa becomes doesn't match the colors of the
Yes.
room. And
Yeah.
like,
What's the vibe we're carrying here? We need frameable sizes as well. Typically is ideal.
yep. That's for my students whenever they do like making work for that kind of situation. I'm like, okay, please pre-plan and make work that is to be for a frame size, so you're not having to like pay a fortune
Yes.
to get some random frame size that may or may.
Oh my God, there's nothing worse than that. Well,
Is
there
there-
is lots of things worse, but you know.
Yeah. Is there do you work for galleries at all ever?
No, well, I've been in the Society of Illustrators show before
The
a couple
original?
of times. Yeah, no, not the original art show. Since this is my first book, this is my first time being in it.
Okay.
So Spider will have a spread in there, And I also had to send them something from a music festival artwork I did because I entered it in the advertising category because I was like, this could be like advertising, I don't know. And they ended up taking it in there. So that was cool, but it was kind of a bitch to frame. I did in fact have to go to the custom framing place in Hamilton, which is wonderful. They've got a really cool place here called Sealed Art where they'll take any wacky idea and make it really beautiful and professional looking. But other than that, I haven't actually. I did another small gallery show, I forgot, in Hamilton, and there's a bar called Farside, and in the back of the bar there's a little art space, and I did a hot dog collage that went in there. That was cool.
I bet you your paper collage stuff would sell.
Thank you. I know. I've had people tell me, and I should probably do more. But the thing is, I won't do anything unless someone tells me to do it exactly. So like making art for that, which is mostly for me to benefit from, is like, yeah I'll do it eventually.
It's one of those things where like I don't make a ton of money doing gallery stuff. It's a nice break and also just another income stream of
sure.
You make a little chunk of change here or there. Has your Domestica class, when did that actually get published?
Oh, good question. I feel like it was in the summer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you gotten back, like, have you started to make any profit?
Well, the main problem is in order to make profit off of a Domestica class, you have to promote it.
Okay.
Which I certainly have done maybe twice, which is not so great. But I think it's because I feel a little disconnected from the work at this point. I'm like, oh, like I don't want to shove this down everybody's throat. Like I don't want to have to remind them. But if you did buy it, like it's cool. Like I teach you how I still build my pieces digitally largely the same way. I like layer all my grayscale shapes, and I work with a gradient map because back then that was my preferred method of adding color to a piece, was using a gradient map to sort of assign colors in unexpected places. I don't really do that now because I have palettes I feel comfortable working with, and I maybe feel a little more comfortable with color overall. But yeah, I don't think I've seen any money from it really, but it's out there.
Mine's been out there for a year plus, and I know that like I get those statements every month where it's like, here's what you earned.
0.
And it's like 0. Haven't met it. But you know, again, for those that don't know, the Domestica classes essentially work like book contracts where you get a advance on royalties, and so then it's just any sale after a certain point, but unless you don't cross that thing, you don't see anything. And so right now there's probably a few folks that I know that have probably crossed that threshold, but it's not always it takes time, and you're right, it takes tons of promotion, and I'm in the same boat where it's like it's gotten to a point where people still do it, and I'm really happy they do it, but at the same time it's probably far enough in the past that I'm not really like, I'm not going to go out of my way to promote.
No. Yeah. I feel the same.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, the thing that you probably have that's the same with me is like, technically, I have people write me and go, well, you did it in traditional materials. Does it have to be traditional if I want to do digital? I'm like, all the concepts are there. You can use whatever material you want.
Mm-hmm.
You can interpret it in ways. And that has given it a little bit of a different life than potentially what it was originally. But this is the trick of being an artist. You gotta do so many different things, and some of them pay off, and some of them don't, and some of them take time. And have you seen royalties on Spider in the Well at all yet?
I have not, no. But the thing is, HarperCollins has what do you call it? Canonically large pockets, which is cool for like surviving and less cool for seeing royalties, I suppose, because it takes longer to earn out. And I don't have any of those numbers as to how well it's doing. I could if I tried. I believe there is some sort of author portal I could weasel my way into to get a look at those. But I feel like it's only been out since March, and maybe towards the end of the year I'll be like curious about it, but I'm trying not to like worry too much about sales stuff, because then I'll be like really focused on seeing the numbers get close to being able to see a royalty, and that might freak me out and I might never get one. I don't know.
I imagine that it will earn out.
That's nice. Thank you.
In fact, the reason why I asked is I'm surprised that it hasn't really already. the good thing is you got, and this is another one of those for those folks that are listening that don't know exactly. I always the teacher in me wants to tell people like, here's how it works.
Yes, explain.
Yeah, will you explain what an advance is? An advance on royalties, how that works?
Oh yeah, me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically,
you know what you're doing.
This is, I'm going to say something wrong, but this, to my knowledge, having done it a couple of times, and an advance is the money they pay you as like kind of a promise of, we think probably this is how much we would hope to earn back, or more than that. You know, if they think that the project isn't going to give anything, they're probably not going to pay you a lot of money, because really they're making an investment in you, and they're going to want to see the book make more money than what they give you. But you need also, as the artist, need to survive during the time that you are making the book. So they pay you a portion of money to keep you going and wet your whistle, and then potentially one day you may sell enough copies of the book, or not you, like the publisher will, to kind of earn back that same amount. And after you've paid yourself off, you're free, you have your debts, you will start to see royalty monies, which is you get paid a portion, like what was it, like 10 or 15% or something of sales. Maybe it's less than that. I actually don't know, because I don't read my contracts. That's not my business.
Most of the time it's 5%.
5%. You know what? That sounds
that's pretty
that sounds right to me.
A different amount if it's on clearance, a different amount if it's a paperback versus
there were a lot of subcategories as to how much it would be earning. But yes, and then one day, if you've done that, then you'll start to see money on it, and then maybe you'll like frolic into the sunset with all your many earnings, and you'll never have to work a day again in your life because you'll be so rich, which is probably like not what most people experience. But I'm sure there are people out there like making a good chunk of their living off of royalties of stuff. I just don't know who those people are.
I mean, I just got a royalty check today.
Ooh.
For my first book that I ever made. You can read. That one has like got royalty pretty quickly, but it's a book about reading. So,
right.
The idea sells well with teachers and whatnot, but it's not a lot of money.
No.
But I mean, hey, it pays for a night out. It pays for that kind of stuff, and like, it's money I didn't have originally.
Right, that's free money.
Yep.
I think that's a win.
I can't complain that I got a check for doing nothing, basically, at this point.
I love money for doing nothing. That's the future I want for myself.
I've had one other book that's earned out on royalties, but it is it's a book that it is international, like it's sold. Do you know the Little People Big Dreams?
Oh yes, okay. Yeah, you did one in the series. I think I remember seeing that, because I was snooping your stuff beforehand to get a refresher on your work, and I did see one. Who was your Little People Big Dreams for?
Darwin.
Oh yeah, cool.
They did not have a big advance.
No.
Like, they had a very low advance, actually. In fact, I reached out for anybody that, again, that idea of like, if they pay a small advance, you earn out quicker.
Yeah.
And when I first saw the number they quoted for the advance, I'm like,
gross.
Oof. Yeah, like, why would I ever take this? But then I reached out to other folks that had done other books, and I kind of basically said, like, why did you take this? Because it seems abnormally low.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a couple of them wrote back and said, take it. And I was like, why? Said that you will make more on the royalties than you will on the actual advance, or than you will on making the book itself. And I was like, oh, interesting. So I did it, and I have probably made more on royalties than I did in the advance altogether.
Cool. Oh, that's sweet.
But again,
be part of a big series like that.
Keep in mind the advance was really low.
Yeah.
So it's like, as a total of number, it's not as high as probably it could have been, but it has earned enough to compete with something that would have had a higher advance.
That's really nice. Yeah, that's what you want out of a project like that. That's got legs. That is always what I say when people go like, wow, you write and illustrate? I go, yeah, so I get 2 paychecks. What do you mean?
Yeah, you get, I wonder, I don't even know. I would love to find out at some point. and I'm sure I have people I could ask this, but if you author illustrate, which I've done, I know there's a price there,
Yeah.
right, for that book. Is it actually the total of being an author and then also
Oh.
illustrator and hiring? Like, is it the total of those two sums, or is it a less than that? Because did I just challenge your?
Now, because the thing is, I've realized I always assumed it was, but that doesn't really make sense because it's never going to say on your contract, here's what we're paying you for writing it and here's what we're paying you for illustrating it. But it is always higher, you would think, than you would get for like just illustrating.
It is that. I know
So I don't know. I
more
never
than what
thought
you get
about
for
it.
just illustrating, but like, because I don't do enough writing and I just do a lot of illustrating for other people's books, I would love to know, what is that like? Is there a threshold there that it crosses over and it's like, oh, you're making the same amount since you're doing both, or not the same amount, but you're getting the total of both, or are you getting a short change because you only have to be paid once? And
Yeah, true. Ah, maybe I've been scammed secretly this whole time.
you
Mysterious.
gotta ask those questions. What if I do this? What if it's upside down like this and they're here? And what if I have a bunch of little like, boo, 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 boo
Boo.
them, and so they're like scared of
I'm into that.
like,
That's very funny. Having them say anything is funny.
not them saying it, but actually like
Wait.
other people in the cave are saying it, is what I was thinking. So like right now, if I go make these eyes look to the side, so they both look a little nervous.
Yeah, you're making quick decisions here. This is making stuff on the fly the way you are is like my worst nightmare, and like people are watching me do it. So like you're being really brave.
I didn't know. Yeah, there's the sketch. What did I have for that sketch? It's around here somewhere. I don't know where I put it, but it's probably up. No, I don't know where. But it was just the two bats.
Yeah.
This is now, admittedly, some nights it works, some nights it doesn't. Like right now, I actually like this piece, the piece I made last week, even though I loved the conversation and I thought it was going somewhere about, three-quarters
derailed a little.
like, I don't know if it's going to work. And when I finished it, I'm not as keen on it.
And that's fair. And you probably get a lot of cool stuff out of taking that risk, because there's always a chance it'll be like, like maybe this wasn't it didn't work out. But that's very brave. I think that's a real skill to just kind of wing it. I'm making a mini collage of my own face right now because I finished my other one and I want something to do.
So I'm just thinking, like, if there's other things in this cave that they're scared of, but I'm trying to figure out, like, what could it say? Like, boo is one thing, because they're scared of other Halloween-y type noises. Or should it be, I don't know, creak, squawk?
Yeah. Drip, 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 drip.
Yeah. Could I have
You left the faucet running.
some little blood dripping down towards their face?
Oh yeah, that's horrifying. Yeah.
You hang upside down and you're gonna have those kind of issues if there's something bloody up above.
Oh, gross.
This is, I'm trying to figure out. I also like there's times where I make decisions. I don't know if you have the same, like, obviously you had sort of pre-done some idea, but like there's moments in this where I look at it and I go, like, these in my mind were stalactites, and then I look at them and they're not quite stalactites, but I kind of like the fact that they're not quite.
Yeah.
Like,
that's fun. It's fun that they're close enough.
Yeah.
And you get that they're bats, and you get that they're upside down, and that's kind of all the information you need. You can sort of make them whatever shape you want.
This is the fun of figuring out stuff on the fly, as you said. How often do you get a chance to play?
Play, that's an interesting phrase, because the thing is, I'm one of those people who won't draw for myself. I don't keep a sketchbook anymore like I did in school. But when I have a new book, like this to me is playing because I freaking love construction paper. Like I'm having a blast right now. This is probably the best thing I'll make all year is this stupid little thing. Um, and for my third book, I keep saying it's about a cow, but I'll just tell you what it's called because like it's been purchased, it exists, it'll come out eventually. But it's called The Cow in the Dark at Night. And it's all in what is this? Construction paper. I don't think I'll be like sued or anything for like giving the title away. I'm sure it's fine.
I don't know. My guess is that's not a big deal. Has it been announced?
Has it like in Publishers Weekly?
Yeah.
I don't think it
Well,
has.
You might be sued. No.
I might be sued.
Yep. There.
That's okay.
You hear the sirens in the background?
Oh, geez. They're coming for me.
Yeah.
It should be any day now. I don't know. Probably everything takes so long, and I just really want to talk about my next thing so bad. But that's okay. I doubt we'll change the title between now and then.
Yeah, I think you're probably okay. For that one. I don't imagine.
Cool.
Too much of a fight.
I'm sure there'll be like a hey, try not to like give stuff away or something like a nice little slap on the wrist. I could deal with that.
Just don't give away the plot.
I won't tell you anything about what it's about. It's all secret. All you know is there's a cow and it's got construction paper. It could be about anything.
Is construction paper the way to go
for me? Right now, it kind of really feels like it. But I like a little bit of unexpected bits of when it's painty, but I love the texture of construction paper, which is almost no texture at all. It's like barely there. Like if I do this whole book in this paper and then I finish it, what's that actually gonna look like?
Well,
I don't know. And like in print form, I don't know how much of the texture will come through, but like touching it is so much fun. It's also fun how it's like a finite sort of paper, like in its quality. Like if you leave it in the sun, it'll just like get cooked and fade, which is so weird.
Like, yeah, if you can affect that fading, where it has a very distinct like.
Like you could do like people do those like sun prints where you use like whatever kind of solution, leave it in the sun, and it leaves a print underneath. Like you could probably do that with construction paper and put a piece of paper cut out on top of it, leave it in the sun, and then remove the other piece. That would be something.
Take even like the equivalent of taking a piece of copy paper, and angling it so it's like it's more transparent at the top because light can get underneath it. And so you can get a fade.
Whoa, cool.
How long do you think it takes for it to fade out? That's the question.
I have no idea. Another interesting thing is that the neon ink on Spider in the Well will do that too if left in the sun for long enough, which is like fascinating to me. I think because it's uncoated paper as well. So if you want like a sunburnt copy, you can alter it that way. But yeah, I don't know. But I brought these out to show you anyways because I think it really suits me doing collage, which I didn't think it would. I thought I was just like jumping on some sort of fad and it would be like, oh, like you're just trying to like be a cool traditional media person. But because I work in shapes and I like when things are imperfect and wonky, like it feels really natural to be chopping up shapes because that's really what I'm doing, been doing digitally anyways. So here's this one is the cover, the original version of it, which is fun. I painted all of these guys and slapped them together so you can see it's got some like unnatural what do you call it? Textury guys, what word am I looking for? Whatever.
The type there though, you cut out each individual letter. Okay.
Yes.
That's some clean type work.
Thank you. I think so too. I'm actually shocked looking at it now. I thought it looked worse than it did, but this looks pretty good. And my little shapes like sitting on top of the different papers. Yeah. And then here's another one where I really had to use my brain was this page because there's like overlapping color things happening. So I had to like cut out the shapes to like fit the other shapes. Like here where her hair goes into darkness, I had to like chop out this little chunk of red or orange that's slightly darker and put it in the right spot.
Yeah,
That was fun.
I like the textures you have are really sort of like, they're subtle.
Yeah.
And have you seen the finished book yet?
I've gotten proofs in the mail. Yeah, they're a little too dark, so they need some adjusting happening. But you can see I did edit them all in Photoshop afterwards, of course. Like I had glue bits and hairs in the scans and some stuff that I micromanaged a little bit, but a lot of that texture still comes through, which is really exciting. And that's kind of the fun also of doing your own paint on paper and collaging with that, is you can like do your palette very specifically. Whereas when you're working with construction paper, you're at the limit of the rainbow of the pack of construction paper you bought. So I'm doing my third book just in construction paper, and I think I'll have to fiddle with it and post a little bit because I have like a very specific sickly green that they might make in paper, and I could probably track it down and buy it, but I'm not going to do that. I like to make things harder for myself, so I will be using the dollar store paper.
Well, the reason I ask about that sort of like, did you get the print yet, is sometimes I've done books where I'm like, this thing is beautifully textured, and then I get the piece back and that texture has completely disappeared. Just because no scale, or because it looks like you're making them bigger than they originally, or they finals are.
Only very slightly, because I was worried about something weird like that happening. So these, I think the final, it's not like 8x10, but it's tinier, and these are like 9 by something. Actually, I have no idea. I really could not tell you, but I think it's just an inch or an inch and a half bigger. Yeah. But it's still which is good, because also I have a lot of teeny tiny circles to cut out, so it gives yourself a little bit of grace.
That's the thing that I've run into a little bit with mine is I think it's a scale issue, and I'm trying to adjust for it the best I can. But I think that I drew it at a certain scale, and then all of a sudden when I go to when I look at the finish, it's like the shrinking down of it slightly throws it off. And I have to sit there and sort of register, do I want it to be that, how do I maintain the texture? And so I've actually gotten to a point where I'm putting more texture in.
Yeah.
What is necessary, knowing that it's going to get lost in the actual production.
Yes. That's smart. That's a good way of thinking about it. I haven't had to quite use my brain that hard yet, but that's good to know.
Well, it's after doing it enough times, I've seen it too often, and it's like,
yes.
I need to adjust for it, because I am not. I was under the assumption that the prints would just show through, and like the digital stuff, even though it's in the digital format, maybe it's the printer, maybe it's whatever. So I overemphasize, because you can always probably tone that down later,
right?
Some sort, but all right. Do I give one of these 2 glasses?
No. Oh. I love glasses. Aw. Because bats can't see good.
And if so, which one do I give? Because I'm thinking about this coral colored pink.
Oh, I love that. Is that a paint marker?
Yeah,
that's a Posca?
Posca.
Cool. Yeah, that looks fun. I like that with the yellow as well.
Do you think it should go with the one on the greenish one?
I would put it on the darker one. Because I think the colors it'll be like slightly different, as it's like probably a little closer in value to the green guy.
And they're not going to be dramatic glasses.
No, they're cute though. And he's got more head space that could use a little extra funky little detail. Yeah, that looks wonderful.
There's enough in there that I can put them in, and then the little lines to say that it actually goes around. They don't actually go over his ears, but that's good enough.
No one ever should be drawing glasses
over
with perfect accuracy. I usually won't even do the little line in the middle. Sometimes I'll just leave it at circles.
Yeah, that's what this is. Just the circles sort of meet each other and call it a day. Do bats have whiskers?
Oh, do they have whiskers? I wouldn't. Well, there are rodent kind of guy, right? I don't know if you put whiskers on a bat if it would confuse anyone. I'm sure it would be good.
Lauren?
All right.
Do bats have whiskers? Yeah, but then I have to stop the feed on the iPad.
We can't be Googling.
Yeah.
We need quick answers.
I feel like they should.
Well, I think if in your heart it feels right, then I would go for it.
I can hear like a delayed version upstairs, and I'm waiting for the. Okay, I'm gonna do a little test run here. Let's see.
How does it feel?
Probably, but I have a certain amount of time before like it's set.
Oh yes, there's some leeway. That's nice.
Yeah, it's because it's acrylic.
Mistake.
I'm using acrylic wash instead of just plain acrylic, but it's enough of a surface that like it doesn't hold immediately. So as long as I'm quick about it, I can sort of get them off there. But I'm afraid it looks too much like a mouse. I mean, they're kind of mouse girl.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know. I kind of like it to emphasize the nose shape.
I kind of like it. I'm gonna keep it because it looks good on that one. I just need to maybe look at the different scale or proportion on this other one. I like it on the green yellow guy.
Yay,
They're
cute.
little. Okay, I am gonna make little like white booze that sort of hide of some sort and or whatever that may be. But now I gotta texture the hell out of this thing.
I'm kind of thinking this feels like they're like apartment hunting, and they're like, is this like in a haunted cave? Like the realtor didn't mention the mournful cries.
A little for sale.
Yeah.
But it's the question: if there's a for sale sign, which way does it read? Does it read for them or does it read for?
That is such a good question, and that's the sort of logistics I would never give myself that problem.
I just like, to me, that's the like question of like, yeah, is it a question for the bats of, is it for sale or is it for sale? Like, is it for sale when they come in and they're flying right side up? Or is it
sale? You know what? Maybe that could make sense. And then it kind of emphasizes the upside down joke of it all if it's the opposite way. But then it's like, is there a nail sticking out of it and it's like hanging from one of the stalagmites or something?
There's some joke there to be played.
Yes.
I mean, the whole idea of these bats not having, they have shoes on, so how do they cling to the rocks in the first place is like the whole joke. That's the gimmick or the thing that like makes it funny to me that it's presented this way.
Yeah.
I feel like I wonder if there's like, if I go with sign, I could go with for sale. I'm wondering if there's some other like caution or warning sign or like maybe even a sound because bats can hear so well.
Right. Oh yeah.
There's something there. I got to figure it out. In the meantime, I can color.
It definitely wants to be something. Yeah.
I mean, the one thing that I've found that I love about the collage and working with textures is like I can just go in here and fiddle and just make little swatches of color, and like it doesn't even matter. Like it matters, but I imagine you get the same thing with like the textures that you choose. Like, you know,
it's mostly like it. Yeah, you're like, okay, I picked this part because I don't know, that looks kind of cool, and you're not doing it for any particular reason, so that's why it doesn't matter. I'm
not fighting an uphill battle of like this color has to be this specific thing, otherwise the piece falls apart. It's more so just like, oh, a little scribble this color here and a little bit of that color there is enough to sort of keep it exciting for me, and not nothing's going to make or break it in a way that I think we're using real paint.
The stakes are pretty low, and it's kind of like you'll get a happy surprise that way. Which is something I guess people like about painting, even though I haven't painted anything in a million years other than pieces of paper. But you'll be like, yeah, I'm tracing, or I'm cutting out this shape on this piece of paper, and you'll turn it around and you'll find it's got this big kind of mark on it, or it's like kind of splotchy, and you get a bit of white or the paper showing through, and that can be like a little surprise, and you're like, okay, sweet, nice. And it takes the control freak out of me a little bit in a way that I like.
I wonder, you know, I asked the question of sort of materials and things of the sort. Is there, how do you, wait, okay, so here's a loaded question.
Okay.
Material wise, you're using construction paper, or you know, textured paper, but you're cutting it with scissors. You got a sharp edge, etc. You built this thing in Procreate first, in a sense, and now you're sort of replicating it in tactile materials.
Yes, physical form.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At what point in the process do you, and maybe you don't at all, and maybe this question is moot, but when do you lose control?
Well, I've lost control when I started putting these little stars in, because I don't know if that's losing control though. But it's kind of like letting my whims like go past the sketch. I think in terms of giving up the reins is when I'm working right with the final material on the thing and it wasn't planned. Like for me, that's like wild to me,
Yeah.
because my things are so planned. But that's, yeah, I don't know if I ever go totally crazy off the rails. Here's, in comparison, this is what the final looked like in Procreate.
Yeah,
which is like pretty similar, but like my shapes were, I probably made this a perfect triangle and I had no different background stuff, and this face is like really symmetrical, whereas I kind of was lazy with chucking stuff on here, and his smile isn't as pristine, like same width all the way around, and some new things appeared. Like I just cut this shape freeform without even using my pencil. I didn't even draw it, I just winged it. So that's pretty crazy. And also making a mess, like there's glue all stuck to all over this. So for me, this is very therapeutic. It's like kid crafting again, which I loved.
Do you find, like, one of the things that and someone said at the beginning of this, which I think is funny, that like it feels like you're my sister, my art sister in a way, because of like the material choice, and like we're using the same kind of glue setup.
Yeah.
And you know, like there is some similarities there. But I'm wondering the like the play aspect and the sort of cutting out and the making this way, I have found has brought me back in a way towards some of the like kid-like aesthetic that I originally, or that I fought so many years in college to avoid.
Oh yes.
And
because you want to look professional.
Yeah, and then when I got out, I fought so many years to try to bring back.
It's very Picasso of you.
Yeah. I'm very smart and wise in my ways. But I'm wondering, like, with you playing with the collage aspect, and for me, part of it is losing control. And like, as I cut, I'm just not as accurate, and I intentionally try not to be accurate. Cuts. But I'm wondering, like, when you're doing this, is there a sense of trying to like achieve something that, because from the sound of it at the beginning, you said, you know, you're pretty darn good at still lives and things of that sort, and then all of a sudden you're using a material that is like a bit rudimentary. And I'm wondering, is there a intention there as far as like, you know, getting back to a childlike wonder or a childlike application or things of that sort?
Yeah, probably. The thing is, I was like trying to be like really cool and good at painting and stuff, but at the same time I was like stopping to look at the baby board books at like Walmart or whatever.
Okay.
Or at like Indigo or whatever like random place I was in for other things. I'd be like, ooh, let's go look at the board books. So this has kind of been a process of realizing the stuff that I like anyways, and that the things I was probably looking at online and loving and saving was not what I was doing for a while. But there were pieces of it that wiggled its way in. But where I am right now feels really satisfying and authentic, but which is interesting because I'm also so young, so I'm like, where's it gonna go from here? Because right now this is really doing it for me. Which is not something a lot of artists can say. Usually it's like by the time you finished making it, you see everything that you would want to change or that you're not happy with, and you move on and you do the next thing. But I think working in a way that is so like naive and childishy, it kind of removes that from it, because it's like, what do you mean? This is what it always wanted to be. It's this. It's like I cut out some little circles and there's a little face, and sometimes that's that's all I needed. But I think like narratively, like I have like a lot of things I'd like to get better at doing and writing, and there's definitely places to go there. But I'm sure I'll get tired of this. I'll look at this in a year and be like, oh, that sucks. What were you doing? But
I bet you like and it's probably the same ballpark for me in the sense of like right now this feels really fun and inventive and playful, and like tonight I haven't even completed this thing, but I'm happy with this one. I know this one's going to finish in a way that I'm pleased
That's
with.
great.
But I also know that same thing, like give it a couple months and I'll be like, yeah, there's something else that's better.
Yeah.
And that's wonderful. But I also know that like in looking at this, I have again, I have learned things in this that will somehow influence me later and will be beneficial. But also that it is a evolution.
Yeah.
And if I didn't do this, I won't get towards whatever the next step is, or if I didn't do this, it would go a totally different direction. It's one of those things like hindsight is 2020 situation.
Oh yeah, you for sure. You can see the exact direct path.
Yeah.
Like a little worm in the dirt. You're like, okay, here you were here, and then you wiggled over here, and then you smelled something over there, and you wiggled that way. I don't know if worms can smell. But it's just like that. So you just got to ride the interest wave as it comes for you, because you can't foresee where you're trying to go later, because that's the you that doesn't exist yet. So that would just drive you nuts.
Worms can smell better than dogs. That's all. I'm going to assume it. I'm not going to quote it. Well, I quoted it. What was I going to say? I mean, what's interesting to me is I keep reflecting back, and people ask all the time, like, okay, well, you know, or they make the assumption that I've been doing this for a while if they have not been following me for years. But I've only been doing the collage thing for about 2 years now, which is funny. Okay. It sounds like forever to me at this point, but it's you know, a small blip in the career at this point, and I know that that it's going to change. And the reason why I've gotten into the collage is I'm happy with the approach. Mm-hmm. It's making me think different, but I have a feeling at a certain point it's going to be formulaic, and I don't want it to be a formula.
No. Oh, yeah. Once it gets like kind of old hat and you're just going through the motions of the thing you do, you're like, well, what am I? You feel growth stumped. It does happen, and that's good, because if you don't, then you're just gonna make the same thing forever. And if you like that thing, then I guess if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But you gotta like move with the whims of maybe I've outgrown this at this point. Yeah.
What are your goals? Where's the
goals?
Oh, sorry. No, but
I don't know.
Like, you know, 10 years down the line. Yeah. Do you want to still be doing picture books? Do you want to? Is this a stepping stone towards something else?
I don't.
Is it?
I don't think so. I think this is it.
Okay, good.
I think I just want to do this, which is kind of wild, but I just want to like become like some sort of prolific old woman who like lives in a shack somewhere with like at least 2 cats, and I like somehow, I guess the goal is to keep doing this and get better and like have like a big library of lovely cool books, and I get to, someone makes like a merch, I want like a little stuffed toy version of one of my creations. That would be so cool. But I'm just looking to like, oh, you hate to say the word legacy, because it's like, what are you talking about? You're making picture books. Shut up. But it would be really cool to have people say like, oh, like you were, your books like really shaped the stuff I like, or my humor. Like I want to be what SpongeBob was for me to other people.
You want to be the name that gets placed on the building when they tear down the old Eric Carle Museum.
Yeah. Oh my god. No.
when they get rid of that old hat, that old that old washed up artist, and then they replace it with Jess Hannigan. That's your goal.
Yay! The king is dead. Long live the queen. No, but it would be nice once I drop dead to have something named after me. That's pretty fun. That's cool.
Patriarchy.
Oh no! No, my sweet old German man.
Was it the idea of a stuffed animal? That is a hope of mine, that at some point I am
Yeah.
getting it's there's something about having a tangible object.
It makes them
Um,
feel real, doesn't it? Like
yeah,
it's like yeah, that's like a because I don't know if it's the childhood kind of perception that your stuffed animals are real and have feelings and can see you. But it definitely does. I think it would feel really cool. But then it's the thing of like, do you just need to make it happen yourself? Financially, that's really difficult. I know people who make stuffies, and that's a big down payment you got to make to get that thing
yeah.
created, and how many, and distribution, and that's not something I ever want to deal with.
I do
Um,
I do have this that came, and I haven't ever promoted it. But
oh,
the
that's
Little People Big,
cool.
it's a little game, and they use my artwork on the cover, and there's a card and stuff that relates to them. And then there's another one, and they had asked me like, can we use this image? And there's some other like odds and ends that they make for that, and so like that's kind of cool. But it's still like a stuffed animal. Uh, that's the dream
Next
right
level.
there. Why did
I
my wife
turned
say
my
J.D. Vance's nightmare?
oh yeah.
What I missed somehow I missed the context for that, and so I don't like the fact that she threw his name in here.
Oh, no.
Oh, you're up in Canada. You don't have to deal with all this.
No, thankfully.
Yeah,
But it trickles down.
yeah. Trickles up.
So trickles up. That's right. It's all relative. We're all in the same boat, even if we feel like we're not.
Yep.
Yeah.
You have you have other politicians and things up there that are probably just as problematic.
We sure do.
Yeah.
I'd say just as bad in a different flavor.
Yeah. I don't know enough about Canadian politics to be able to. That's classic American right there. I don't know about your politics. I know about
you don't even know about your neighbor's
Yeah.
politics.
I didn't know that Justin Trudeau had a father that was once the prime minister.
Yeah, that's something. That definitely sounds like something that's true. And I totally know about Canadian politics, and I'm an expert.
Didn't know that?
Yeah. I know about all kinds of things. Yeah, that seems right to me.
Yeah, his father was
Sorry. I'm so sorry. My partner's literally laughing at me right now because
Wait, have they
I live in
the whole
picture
time?
book land, I guess.
Have they
Huh?
been listening the whole time?
A lot of the time, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Making faces at me, trying to mess me up. No.
And are they an artist?
Yes. Yeah, we met in art school.
What kind of art?
Oh, what kind of art? I don't know. He does everything. He's kind of like a jack of all trades in that he can pick up anything and be good at it, and it's crazy.
You know what's
Oh,
really
he's
cool?
telling me he's gonna kill me right now because I'm talking about him on the internet. Right now, he's just recent. Sorry.
Did you do a shout out to your
A
partner?
shout out to him?
Yeah, when you did the shout outs, did you do a shout out to your partner?
Oh no, I didn't. No, but that would be good. Sorry. I know. Oh no. Oh no, I'm in trouble. Oh,
now we know why the threats.
His name is Dan Bothan. Get him to do your band posters, stickers, logos, photography. He'll shoot your wedding. He'll like paint a miniature figurine for you. He'll do it all. Yeah.
There's a reason why you got the evil stink eye, and it's because you left it out of the equation.
I did, and
All
that was
people.
really mean and selfish of me. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, everybody.
I was talking with X-Bang last week, whose partner is Peter Brown.
Yes, I tuned into that one. That was really cool.
Which is like, I was one of the things I was asking about was that the like competition.
Oh God,
So
yeah, that's really something.
That's got to be wild to both be in the same industry, and one of you is like got a movie out right now, and the other one doesn't. And I'm sure there's like love and support, obviously, but I do imagine there's got to be some interesting dynamics there of like not necessarily questioning their self-worth because they're both but just the like
I'm sure it happens
with each other.
It would stress me out.
Yeah,
I would be stressed if we were in the exact same industry.
My wife and I met in a animation studio, and I'm sure that there were points that we both were not necessarily questioning each other as artists or competition of some sort, but just this like, well, how do you deal with someone who is in the same industry, or like how do you know how to balance all of that? It's got to be very, very challenging on a lot of
I'm sure it's taken a toll on a relationship in the past. Like,
I'm sure.
Depending on like if you guys are like close enough in the thing that you do, I'm sure there's like couples counseling for that, because that could lead to all kinds of, and I'm sure they would assure each other like, no, like, no, babe, don't worry, like you'll get your shot, you're doing your thing. But if one of you is like more successful, I think that would freak any regular brained person out. But even like Peter was saying, like that he like prepped X to be like, okay, so like if it's your first book, like don't get your like hopes up too crazy, which is very, of course, good and regular advice. And it's like, so it was a pleasant surprise when it also just went really good, and I got my agent really fast. It was like, oh yay, that's really great. But it's also nice to have an inside scoop like that. You either have like a gaggle of friends you can gossip and share your industry advice or whatever.
Obviously you have your partner, but are there other folks up there that you meet with regularly to sort of crit and talk shop?
Oh, in person, in real life? No. Well, I work with the wonderful, fabulously talented Ashley Wong at Parquet, the shop in Hamilton. She's also an artist who graduated, I believe, 2 years before me, but we're the same age. Also didn't shout her out because I'm a terrible friend. She's got a picture book coming out in a million years from now because she's hand embroidering the entire thing. But I run lots of ideas. That's what we don't tell my boss, but we surely sit and goof off and like show each other what we're working on and like talk about what books we like. And the best part of working at a bookstore is you've got every book that you could think of that my boss has the capacity to shelf on the shelves for me to look at and enjoy.
Can you request books too? Can you be like, oh, can we get this?
Probably. Maria has great taste, so she doesn't really need us to request things, but if we find something really special she hasn't seen for some reason, she'll be like, well, that's really cool, I'll like try and order that in. And of course she was really supportive and opened an account with HarperCollins just to get piles and piles of Spider in the Well in there, which she did not need to do, but it was really fun and cool. Threw me a little party.
Pretty awesome.
It is awesome. I'm lucky.
I need your advice.
Okay.
Is this dumb? I have not glued these down. Is this dumb? Is this good?
I like it. I think it's cool.
I just don't know how many.
I like the booze.
I don't know how many. Like, do I need to put all of these in? I'm worried about placement because it's just kind of like
it's kind of everywhere. Yeah, and they're sort of evenly spaced, but I don't think you need to like worry too much about how spaced they are.
Well, it's for the most part, I'm trying to make sure I don't like butt into the characters too much.
Oh yeah, I don't know. I kind of like how they're overlapping with your stalagmite shapes, like how it is like that. Oh, I also love their little striped shirts so much. That is so cute.
Stripes are the thing.
They're like Bert and Ernie.
Yeah, I was saying Abbott and Costello, but I think you're right. Bert and Ernie is the one.
That's really fun.
Maybe that's it. It's a question of, do I want to cut out the holes?
It is reading as boo to me, but if you want to sit there and carve out tiny holes, I would feel your pain physically, because I certainly have done that, but also I think it's reading as boo. But now I'm biased because you've told me that, but I'm sure it's okay because people do that.
Well, wait, do you think I should cut out the holes? Because it's not.
Well, you could just use like a pen and just draw them in.
It's not. I have an X-Acto blade.
That's true.
I can do it, and it's fine. It's a question of, do you think it would? It would be better.
It would help with the text readability. Okay. Yeah, like I know what it says, but it'll always help. Unfortunately,
one of the things that I've learned in using these materials is like sometimes it's better to actually glue them down and then cut them out.
Oh, interesting. I never even considered that, but of course it is, because it'll hold it still for you.
Yes.
Oh.
So they don't blow around and things of the sort. And so I'm going to do a little test run. The problem is if I do that, then there is a cut line underneath.
There is going to be a big hole.
Yeah. Then I run into a risk, but I think I'll get away with it.
If you can wait for the delay, I'm zooming in on my tiny vampire portrait of myself that I've just created.
Yeah. I would love.
I'll hold it still.
One of the things that my I love the fang. Like the mouth is the mouth just the piece of like teal or green?
It is, yeah. That's it.
But that works as the mouth and the fangs at the same time.
Yeah,
that's good. I like it. My
I like it too. I did this without sketching anything, and the shapes look freaking crazy, like the hair. But I like how it turned out.
I
It's so little.
you gotta do it. You gotta do it without a sketch.
I do.
Get
Yeah, that's me
on out.
being free and brave.
I think yeah, you gotta find ways to like force your hand.
Mm-hmm.
Now it could turn out awful, but that like irregularity in the hair is
Mm-hmm.
you have to do on the next one and scale it up. You know what I mean? Like just the idea of
Yeah.
like, now that you've proven that it can work in that sort of like little scrappy sort of hairdo.
Yeah, now I know it's all possible. I've done the test.
Mm-hmm.
And it's cute how there's like a bit of layering thing happens. The interesting thing when you work with collage is that you have the opportunity to either squish it really flat and so you just get the shapes, or leave some of the shadow that the paper creates when you either scan or photograph it. And my wonderful talented friend Anusha Saeed recently has done a picture book called Lost Stick, and that's entirely in collage, and she used specifically really thick paper and photographed it instead of scanning it so that it would get all those lift up shadowy effects, and it turned out so cool. But I think for me, I really like flat.
I have done I've done some editorial things and stuff, or pieces that I've used collage in, and one of the things that I've learned is there's a method in Procreate that I do that involves actually adding little drop shadows and the so it has that little like just a tiny little blip of an edge, like lifting up.
Yeah.
But it is a challenge of like, I don't want too much, and I want to scan because I want the high res, or the the clarity and the resolution that photographs sometimes can be a little bit challenged with. But it's sometimes I go in, especially when it's like type, like if it's big clunky type like this, absolutely I go and do it by hand. But if it's smaller type or it requires a little bit more finesse,
you can really just fake it. Yeah, definitely. I did for a lot of the stuff in Bear, the bigger ones I did hand cut, and I certainly fudged some details, but I didn't actually realize how many bits I had left. I'll just do this in post. I'll have this in post until I went to add things in post, and I was like, oh my god, I'm missing so many things. Why did I think this was going to be quick? It took forever.
That's
just funny. But
the book that I'm working on in the background with the piggy bank. The first book I went in and I painted all the hands because it's the first book is about coins, and so they're tiny in the book at points, and so then I painted all the hands, and then I realized after doing that it was a pain, and I actually missed a hand in the final. In one spot, like when it went to it was about to be published, I was like, oh no, I see what I missed, and I was able to correct it. But now I've gotten to the point where it's like I don't even want to deal with the small brush side of things, so I just do them all digitally now. In the end, but I have to make it look somewhat believable. So like maybe this is a problem with just being a traditional artist, but there is a pride factor for me of I want to do everything. I want it to hold up as an original. And so
because what if someone wants to put it in a gallery, and then it's going to be so embarrassing when there's so much stuff missing or you changed it so much. Well, it's really satisfying to have like a final ta-da, here it is done.
I didn't put it, but the publisher was supposed to put in my a book I did with Dave Eggers into the Society of Illustrators. And I didn't get in, and I don't know if it's that they didn't submit it. I don't know if it just wasn't working, whatever reason. I'm not offended by it. I know there's all sorts of reasons why that stuff can happen. But I also, part of me goes, even if it got in, then I did so many color corrections.
That, like, it's really airing all your dirty laundry.
Yeah, I'd want to put the painting in, but the paintings in some cases are totally different colors because they asked for some other edits.
Yep.
Then it's like, I don't want to put in something that's not the same, and it's in some sense, in some capacity, I'm kind of glad that it didn't make it in, because then I would have to like have that debate in my head of what do I put in, how do I manage it.
Oh yeah. You would have had a whole other slew of problems. And sometimes stuff like that happens for a reason, I feel like. I'm not saying the entire pandemic happened for a freaking reason, but I never would have put my picture book into that real in life grad show, in real life grad show, because I would have had to print it out. And there are definitely companies you can do where you print out like a crappy, like ring bound version of your book just to have to like flip through.
Yeah.
And I could have done that, but I would think I was so tired at that point. I was like, oh, I don't want to bother. I'm not going to do that. It's not even that good anyway. So the only reason I put it in is because the show ended up being online. And that's the only reason I'm where I am right now at all. So that is like kind of spooky. Ooh, Halloween.
You get the fates aligned.
Yes, I'm a big believer
in the astrology business. Yeah, that's some sort of cosmic thing that happened that has somehow I don't know any of that stuff, so I'll just make it up. Your moon was aligned with Venus.
The Venus moon.
Yeah. Andromeda was
there is
in half alignment with
Gatorade.
With Gatorade?
Yeah.
Is that a real thing? That's not a thing.
Well, there's the meme of like planets moving in retrograde, in which they appear to be moving backwards, can cause communication issues or some such.
Gotcha.
But funny people online like to say, "Oh no, guys, the moon's in Gatorade," or whatever.
That's too inside for my liking.
Yeah.
I don't get too deep in that.
Yeah. That's too deep. I'm deep in the world. I need to be clawed out of it, actually, because at a certain point there's a lot you can leave up to fate, but there is something to be said for, like doing things that aren't at the behest of the universe. Although I will say, I think not to get metaphysical, but I feel like if you're honest with yourself, like stuff is going to push you in the direction you probably want to head anyways, so long as you like say yes to things and like are open to stuff and are, I don't know, nice.
So let me ask you a question, because I don't know this stuff, and I know that we're getting close on closing time here.
Yes.
Like we're getting close to the night hour, which you have hung in here. You have put up. You put up with the nonsense for hours.
I even finished my art so early, and I was like, oh no, what if I finish too early? Like, I even have a second drawing I was going to do, but then I had fun talking. So the poor YouTube video watchers will just have to watch me throwing my hands around while they look at the same image on here. But continue. What were you saying?
Okay, so help me out with this. Like, I'm a such and such moon rising in the thing. I don't know how any of that works. And I know there's these, like, people say, like, well, I'm a Capricorn with the whatever sun and this moon or whatever. How do you know what you are, first of all?
So there are lots of websites that if you plug in your birth time and place and date, it will spit all that out at you. So if you were dreadfully curious, you can find out. But basically, your sun sign.
Involved, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry?
The time is involved? The
time is involved only for the rising. So your sun sign is it the position, the sun? So, and the way they lay it out is a big fancy chart, and all the planets are on there. And wherever those planets were in the solar system at the time of your birth supposedly is going to like affect your personality, which sounds so buck wild when you say it like that. So if your sun, it's like a big clock. If your sun was in the position of Pisces, that's your Pisces sun. But your rising is where in the sky the sun was. So like what time of day will affect it. And your rising sign, like the rising sun or the setting sun, is kind of like it's the most easily changeable aspect of your whole chart. So that will be your outward facing first impression sort of vibe. And then where the moon was in what placement when you were born, that's your moon sign, and that's your secret self. That's your like inner thoughts is different. And then your sun sign is your like base personality, and your Mercury is going to be your communication, and your Mars is your energy. Like it's all they've all got their special little like meanings as to what it means. So if you ever want to disagree with the internet or get just destroyed, and they'll just like unpack all your various traumas for you online, you can
help me out with this, because this is the part I don't quite understand.
cool. Yeah.
Sometimes people are like, oh, I'm an Aquarius, and someone's like, oh yeah, I knew it, right?
They love to say that.
They just are on the ball and they got it.
Yeah.
But I never hear someone go like, oh, I'm a Jupiter Rising. I know that's a movie, but Jupiter Rising, and you never hear anybody go like, I knew that.
Yeah. Well, a lot of the times people will smell certain personality traits in you that will lead to a sign. So usually what people say, oh, you're totally a this, they're talking about your sun sign, because that's like I don't know. I'm not an expert, but I feel like that's your like number one main thingy. So if they wouldn't
Cancer, I'm a Leo, I'm a okay.
Like Cancer moons specifically have like a really specific odd sense of humor. So if you show a little bit of that, they might be like, hey, do you have this? Or if you're an Aquarius moon, you might be a little weirdo. I'm not like other girls. That's me. I'm different. They may be like, oh, are you like, do you have an Aquarius placement anywhere in your chart, because it's giving that. So they'll like to sniff it out on you, but I feel like people are wrong a lot of the time, because unfortunately people contain multitudes. So you can read as little or as much into it as you want. It's probably mumbo jumbo, but it sure is fun. It sure is fun if you're a narcissist to read about yourself online and say, yes, that is me.
If I'm a Leo, or no, yeah. I'm not. If I'm a Libra, is that good?
Yes. That's great. That's chatty. That's probably why you love chatting.
Okay. I didn't know that like chatty part of it.
They are, yeah. I love Libras. I think they're great. They're good. They're easy to talk to, and they want to make sure everyone's like getting something out of a conversation. They're good at asking questions. Okay. I feel like. Am I wrong? Maybe. That's completely based off the vibes.
But the pudding tonight.
That's right. It's all true. Exposed. Real.
And then, if I would have to do that chart. Like, you can't just off the top of your head go like, oh, this is where the moon was, and this.
No, that's crazy. If anyone can do that, they're probably a psycho. But yeah, usually that's like, you gotta, I don't know how the internet knows where planets were at certain times. Someone's got to be keeping track of that. Astrologers
or
astronomers. I don't know. The internet knows.
There's just someone at a keyboard.
Yeah.
Well, somewhere in
I think astrology has a really big place in like Eastern cultures, like South Asian, I believe. It's like huge. Like, you will really take it seriously when like picking your future like life partner. Like, you'll be like, oh, actually this chart looks like it's a bad match. I'm pretty sure that's like a thing. I'm no expert, but that's my understanding. Okay. So they've got to be the ones really doing all the research, I would think.
Can you answer this one for me? My wife is a Virgo, which I believe is September. Oh, okay. You said oh.
Listen, I love Virgos because I need them to survive. Pisces is what I am, and Pisces are the opposite of Virgo. A Virgo is going to have a plan, and they're going to be right, probably, and they're going to need you to acknowledge that they're right. And they're pretty strict in a lot of things that they do. They're real planners. But, depending on if the rest of your chart is really chaotic, that could be a kind of dangerous combo, because they could be really stubborn about something that is like crazy or something. But if they have a nice chart, then you know what? I'll probably follow that person anywhere.
She probably has a nice chart then, because I don't think that she's real stubborn.
No, that's great. That's nice. And you keep asking her these questions. You're like, she'll know. I'm gonna ask
her. It's my parents, like on the Chinese zodiac.
Oh yeah.
They're both boars, which I thought was hilarious when I was little.
Yeah, that's funny. Like, haha, you guys are pigs.
Yeah, but it also said don't marry another boar.
Oh.
And I was like, uh-oh. But they've held in there, so I don't know.
Maybe it's all fake then. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. The Chinese zodiac is a whole nother mammoth. I have no concept of anything about that, but it sure is fun. You're the rat. I'm rat-like.
I think I am too.
Yeah.
I think I am too.
Cool.
I forget what the cycle is, but I'm a 7 baby.
Oh.
And so
yeah.
Like I said, I'm much older than you.
Yeah, I'm a 96 baby. So I'm barely in the cusp of millennial, I believe.
Yeah, I think I was at the end of the, or not quite. I think it went past me, but the Gen X. I'm one of those,
Uh
but mm-hmm.
yes.
I'm one of,
Uh-huh.
I'm
Well,
one of
that's cool.
those oldies. Uh,
I never would have known. You're so I don't know,
Young and
youthful
sprightful.
and
Yes,
all
yeah.
of young and spry, and your body's not crippled, and you have all the references of someone who is a young person would have
I
that
know.
aren't movies I've never
I
heard
know
of.
what Elden Ring is. I know.
You know what Elden Ring is. You're online. I feel like the internet is keeping people more in touch, whereas without it, you're like really at a loss as to what children are talking about if you don't have any.
Well, it's the college kids that keep me
Uh,
up to, like I
yeah.
know what I learned this one last year, a Korean cute boy.
What? What?
Oh, I'm ahead of the game now.
You might be. That's such a specific. Is this K-pop related?
I know. I think it's like some.
It's a
I mean,
meme.
I don't really know, but they mentioned it. Uh,
So
I think
that's
it's a certain
something.
style of like anime
Ah,
character or Korean
okay. Yeah,
character.
like a
I don't know.
character archetype. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
but they all said it at one point. I'm like, what is that? And then of course they pulled up like meme after meme after meme.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, the catalogs
yeah.
of it being into the vernacular, of course. It'll be studied one day.
Mm-hmm. So I know some stuff, but then I slip up and I say things that, like, I think at one point I said you're like, oh, if you need to send me that, just slide it into my
Oh,
DMs. And they all laugh and giggle. So I assume that's some sort of like weird like innuendo
it
now, and I don't know if
is, yeah. I
okay.
think it implies flirting
Oh,
because it's the whole slick kind of slide, like, hey, yeah.
yeah. I need an
Yeah.
interpreter. Is
Yeah, I think
what I
I,
really
I
need.
might as well.
Yeah.
I'm sure my time is numbered on being on the cusp of
Cross.
understanding the children.
Do you know what skibbity means at least?
I don't know what it means. I don't think it's my business to know. I just need to know that it's funny. I did do a school visit where I got a drawing of Spider where what did it say? Did it say what the sigma on it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it sure did.
I don't know
Yeah,
what
that
that
was pretty good.
my son at 11 knows some of these phrases and tried to explain it, but he also doesn't like them.
No,
And so
no, I'm sure it's annoying
yeah.
for the sophisticated
Well,
child.
they
Yeah,
also
usually these things
hear it
have very
nonstop.
complicated. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
How many
That would drive me nuts, I think.
how many times can you hear "gat" and not
Oh my God.
someone?
I mean, when I was in high school, everyone was, "What does the fox say?" in
Ooh,
2014, and I'm like, this is gonna haunt me to my grave, I think, actually.
oof! I remember that from parenting class
Oh, oh yeah.
about
Yeah, we were just as bad, I think,
yeah,
probably.
yeah. We're there's gonna be some problem with all of us at some point, and then you're
Yeah, we can
old like
share.
decrepit, and then you're not gonna get it. And there is a point where I just like I will check out mentally and not learn
Hmm.
stuff. But
Yeah. I think there must that's when you go those damn kids and you just give up. And then it's probably feels like canyons between you and you just can't understand them at all.
my
Speaking of
my parents-in-law have gotten to the point now where I think they've given up on technology. Like they've learned as much technology as they're going to learn, and
Yeah.
I think they did it too. Like I don't think it's a hidden thing, but I think they crossed that threshold where they're just like they don't want to do it
No.
anymore. They don't want to
Oh.
hunt it down.
I'm sure it gets very exhausting because things keep changing so fast. I think I'd get tired too and be like, this is the depth of what I need to know to get by, and anything more than that probably don't apply to me.
I think I'm gonna do a few more boos here. Not boos, but just like a B and an O here.
Oh, it looks
Down
great.
here,
My phone
and a
is so
little
high
O
up.
over here. So it just feels like they kind of go off the page because I moved some stuff and then now I lost it. So I got to put a few in there. But that'll be it,
They
and then
look
we'll
good.
wrap up. Thank you.
Yeah. There's something about chopping shapes up with an X-Acto knife too. You get some really interesting, unexpected edges
Especially
because it's less.
as some of us
Yeah.
are like they're clunky. Some of these letter forms that are here.
Yeah.
That
And
I'm not.
clunkiness can be really
Yeah,
fun.
I'm not too worried about them being perfect of any sort.
No.
I just got to make sure they like hit edges in a way that they feel like they're not too close to each other.
Yeah.
I'm trying
we don't want to make any tangents, and that's a
Ooh,
school word.
that's a school word. That is a school word. The dangerous word, tangents.
Yeah. Oh no, but what if you make tangents on purpose and then it's kind of fun?
Well, that's the next statement of like tangents are not good if you're not in control of them.
Yeah, because then you could be like, why does that touch that part? That makes me feel weird. That makes me feel like it's continuing. But sometimes it's an art choice, and then you're like, wow, that is so smart and cool that you would do that. But you have to understand it first in order to play with it. That's the rules.
You're going to be rebellious, and the teacher will go, there's a tangent here, and you go,
I know.
I know. Yeah.
They'll be like, okay, you need to make a really good case as to why you've done this to me.
Because it will drop fatty.
This is the other picture I was going to draw tonight if I ran out of drawing to do, but I didn't get to it because I was having fun chatting. But it's a cute orange cat and a little mouse.
Oh wait,
cute.
I like the cat face is so profile and has such a like stunted muzzle.
Yeah, I don't know why he turned out like that. He's kind of a blob, which is fine. I
like he's the equivalent of a cat pug.
Yeah, precisely. You know, I wasn't going to Google a cat. Sometimes I do something with no reference on purpose, and that's fun for me. Here's the skunk from the bear out there. Do you think I Googled a skunk before drawing this image? I would say not.
Hold on a second. I got the delay that
I know, it's coming.
I'm fighting here. And it should show up right about now. Oh, yeah. Love it.
Too.
Love the shape design. This is like your bread and butter though too. Is like simplified shape design.
Yeah, the dumber the shape, sometimes he's a joke right now, and he's just trying to exist. That's just me drawing a skunk.
Yeah, that wasn't you trying to stylize. That's just literally.
That's the best I could do, guys. I was doing my best.
I think we have like 1 minute left or something like that.
Okay.
So let's as I cut these last letters, let's wrap up, and we'll say, first of all, thank you for joining us tonight. This has been wonderful, and it was very nice to sort of finally chat with you and to learn about you and your process and your work, and to hear all the inside scoops into your sort of start and continued career in this crazy word. What? Oh yeah, you're a gabbing dude. You're an official gabbing dude. Which is,
do we get t-shirts? That's okay if we don't. I'm happy to be here.
We've been pricing out, and what I've been looking at is
oh my
hats.
God. Hats is really good because it's not quite as much as commitment as a shirt is. This is more of an accessory moment. I